Well, a beautiful day to play two here at the ballpark. It's the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers and the Eastside Diamond Hoppers here this afternoon and tonight, right here on the USPBL Network, presented by Everest Academy. Jeremy Etto alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring in the call here today. The United Shore Media Desk in our pregame show here today. It was all unicorns in the first inning yesterday. They had another offensive explosion. Kind of leading the party there was Frankie Luska at the top.
What a strange look that was, just seeing that right out of the gate explosion from the Unicorns. We've been looking for a little more offense out of them, obviously, for a while now, and for it to all come at once like that, I don't think we were expecting that, especially because Tasker Strobel, the starter going against them, had been really strong in relief in previous outings, so that certainly wasn't something that we were anticipating.
Well, Ty Hensley went 5 in that game again, not giving up a hit. It went down to the wire in the 7th inning as Nolan Clenny was trying to preserve a complete game between three guys. No hitter, if you will, between him, Donald Goodson, and Ty Hensley. Ross Haffey had other ideas as he lifted a monster home run to right, but the story was, again, Hensley throwing a no-hitter through 5 and not really liking the way he pitched yesterday.
We did not expect the offensive explosion from the Unicorns. We did expect a really strong outing from Ty Hensley, but I think you alluded to the strange part of it. Just looking at the stuff and the results, it just didn't look like his best outing. But still, how do you even say something like that? He didn't allow any hits. He went 5 strong innings, no hits, no runs. Are we at a point now with him where he can go out there with lesser stuff and still dominate? And if that's the point we're at, then I don't know how many more times we're going to see him at Jimmy John's Field, maybe.
That's true. Cool moment in the post-game show right here at the United Shore Media Desk as well. We were able to give him his ring live on the air. He was warming up in the bullpen during the ring ceremony, so it was a cool moment. Go back and watch that. And at first, he didn't even realize it was his ring. He was like, "Oh, no, this is my ring. This is really nice put together." But a cool moment there here post-game, and we're certainly looking forward to see what Ty can do the rest of the season towards the postseason stretch as well. The big story of the day, back in the heart of the lineup for Von Joshua, is Sam Troyer. He welcomes him with open arms.
Yeah, it's nice to see him back in there. He's been hanging around a lot. He's been throwing BP. He's been a good teammate. I'm sure he's still been working out and all those different things. He just couldn't use the one arm for a little bit, but I expect him to get right back in there without much of an adjustment. I don't know that he's going to jump in there and be the team's leading hitter right out of the gate like he was when he left, but I think that's a big plus for them, and they certainly need it offensively.
And talking to Von Joshua before the game, he was like, we haven't really performed the same way since he left in the lineup. So while they're not expecting the world out of him like you kind of said here today, they're expecting a pretty good bat going forward, and just in time for the September push to the playoffs as well. Let's take a peek at your starting lineups, as always, brought to you by AAA Michigan. First game of the doubleheader featuring the visiting Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. First, it's Ashante Wheatley leading off and playing right field here today. Ron Williams Jr. again back in the lineup, hitting at the top in the 2-hole and playing first base. He's been all over the infield this year for Von Joshua's team. Joey Weimer batting third and playing center field. There is the aforementioned Sam Troyer in the cleanup spot and playing third base here tonight. Cesar Cuevas bats fifth and plays second base here today. Brett Elmer back in the lineup for the first time in a little while. Nearly a couple-week absence for him, but he's been getting on at a pretty good clip with the walks. Catching once again here tonight, it's Harris, Jalen Smith, and Jonathan Brandt leading it off as they face Zane Collins off a relief appearance. More on that later in our pregame show. Swinging to the home team, the Eastside Diamond Hoppers here tonight. The lineup also brought to you by AAA of Michigan. Leading off for them is the center fielder Miles Miller. Adam De La Cruz settling into his new role with his new team down the playoff stretch here, playing third base again here tonight. Riley Mahalik DHing in the 3-hole. Zach Gray put back out there the cleanup spot at first base. Nate Grice hasn't played a whole lot over the last month or so, but it's a bat who's hitting .250, so looking to see what he can do. Maybe bring some power to the middle of the Hoppers lineup as well. Trevor McKinley played a really nice right field thus far. He's batting sixth. Anthony Maselli, Jordan Pontius, and Antonio Torres running it out as they will face Justin Revels here today. Now time to take a look at Dan Griesbaum Jr.'s keys to the game. What do you have?
Well, certainly Sam Troyer is a key to the game. Getting him back into the lineup is a big thing for the Beavers. They've been waiting for that for a while. And just in a more general sense, where is the Beavers offense going to come from in this game? First of all, in game one, Freddie Geely not in there, one of their more consistent, better guys, has a little bit of a nagging injury. He may be in there for game two, but he's not in there for game one. Also, Cam Comer, one of the catchers, sitting out game one. I'm sure he'll be in there for game two, but game one especially, someone's going to have to step up offensively. Maybe it'll be Joey Weimer. I feel like maybe he's due to do some special things. I know we've been looking for him to run the bases a little bit more, maybe steal a bag or two here and there. I think we're certainly looking for him to show a little more extra base power. Also, we know that that's there. He's got an awful lot of power, but we just haven't really seen it in gameplay quite yet. So maybe it'll come from there. And just in a general sense, the Beavers need to jumpstart the offense a little.
Well, here's the main difference between yesterday and today. Obviously, the 5:30 start to the 7:05 start, but we're squinting here today as we look at the camera through the sun. But yesterday, we were just happy to
play
get through without any rain.
Yeah, we were happy just to play ball yesterday, and I didn't do any tarp pulling today like I did yesterday, so that's a plus.
You wore different shorts, though,
I should have wore the black shorts yesterday. But, yeah, it's a beautiful day today. We're not going to complain about the sun.
No, absolutely not. A good ball game between the Beavers and the Hoppers coming up next. Let's play two on the USPBL network. Stick with us.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for, when you want it, and how you want it. We're ready.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
United Shore Professional Baseball League action presented today by Everest Academy. At Everest Collegiate High School and Academy located in Clarkston, we're pleased to welcome preschool through 12th grade students back to campus beginning Tuesday, September 8th. Always higher, always here for you. And brought to you by AAA, Ascension, Balfour Property Restoration, the Detroit Medical Center, DTE Energy, Dunham Sports, Dunkin' Donuts, Green for Life Environmental, Green Path Financial Wellness, Jimmy John's, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, Summit Oral, and United Shore. We thank all those fine partners for helping us through this interesting season of baseball here at Jimmy John's Field. Good to see people continue to trickle in. I know on the partners side and certainly on the season ticket side, Dan, we've gotten a better idea of who's here and who's not as the season goes on.
Yeah, it took a while to sort of feel everybody out when it came to the season ticket holders. Some were just raring to get to the ballpark no matter what. Some others were content to just wait until 2021, which is perfectly fine with us too. We're looking forward to 2021 also. But it took a little while to get around with that, and now we've got a good idea who's here and some people in the ballpark. It's nice to see.
There's Zane Collins. He's a member of Pitcher Comparison brought to you by Denso here today, coming off a relief appearance, Dan.
Yeah, you know what? He looked all right in that appearance. He sort of backed into a win. He allowed a run in extra innings, but then his ball club scored 2, and he got himself a win that way. His velocity was a little bit up. He was consistently around, 87, 88-ish with his fastball, which is, quite a bit higher than we've seen him for the most part. He's been hovering more around 82, 83. So see what kind of fastball he brings to the start today.
And if that velocity is up again here today, that's certainly going to be a big thing for him because the fastball has been a little bit hittable, and we've seen his off-speed be unhittable at some points, but you got to bring that fastball here at this level.
It's going to be hard to catch up to his fastball if it is in that range because he's got kind of a deceptive type delivery. He's over the top. He has a little bit of a hitch in his motion, and if the hitter isn't right on that and he's more in the upper 80s, he can throw that fastball by a lot of people.
Justin Revels, on the other hand, trying to get a bounce-back start for himself as well.
Yeah, you know, he missed up in the zone quite a bit in his last time out on actually the first game of a doubleheader as well against the Unicorns. He went 4 innings and was a little more hittable than we've typically seen him. You know, like I said, he left the ball up a little too much, and we'll see if he can get back to his normal routine today.
First game of a doubleheader coming up next here on the USPBL Network, presented by Everest Academy here this afternoon.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
All the opportunities I've been given, I would not have been able to get at bigger universities.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
So much preparation for the future.
I couldn't imagine being anywhere else.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
We told you Zane Collins on the mound for the Hoppers here today. Look at the defense behind him here today. Vaughn Jr. in left, Miller in center, McKinley in right, De La Cruz at third, Gray at first, Hoover at short, Pontius at second base, Xavier Warren behind the dish here today. Actually,
I don't think we have Xavier Warren behind the plate, do we?
That is the defense for game 2.
I think that's we have is it Elmer behind the plate, or is that for the Beavers today? I know he was a taxi squad guy for a bit, so I get confused with him.
It is.
Oh no, that's Finney.
Torres.
Oh man, could I have guessed any more catchers, folks?
So it's De La Cruz, Gray, Pontius, Maselli in the infield, Grimes, Miller, McKinley in the outfield here in game number 1.
I assure you, I know our catchers, folks. I assure you.
We can guarantee you that's Ashante Wheatley, the top of the order here today. Him, Ron Williams Jr., and Joey Weimer will be your Zach Hart Agency 3-men first 2 up against Zane Collins here in the first inning.
And we know Cam Comer is not catching for the Beavers today.
Correct.
Which is that's always a surprise. He's usually back there.
He will be in game 2.
Right.
Not always a easy thing for a catcher to catch a straight doubleheader like this is.
I don't recall all my years of catching, I don't recall too many regular season games where I caught both ends of a doubleheader. It doesn't happen very much. Playoffs, certainly, you got to do what you got to do.
So Collins with the fastball, the changeup, the slider, and the curve. Lots of spin on a number of his pitches, and that's kind of the case for everybody here today when you look up and down the available pitchers.
With Collins, the key with him is he's got to command his ball, and as we mentioned already, if he can edge his fastball up there a little bit to where they really want it to be. And you know, what you want and what you get is not always the same thing, but if he can get more toward the upper 80s with it, that's going to make a big difference for him.
The wind blowing straight out once again to right center field. We've seen that more and more as the season has gone on.
We're going to see those shadows edge out a little bit too at some point.
Always something that you have to deal with here during the day at Jimmy John's Field. That one rolls down the third baseline foul. Oh, and 2 on Wheatley. One and 2 on Wheatley. The pitch is fouled on the third base line. So to go all broadcast on you all, there's a term called white noise. I mean, most people know what that would mean. Sometimes you hear it in your headset because of some audio adjustments that need to happen.
Nondescript type noise.
Yeah, and I talked to our director, Christian Gibbons, behind the scenes here, and I'm like, Gibby, there's some white noise in my ear. And then I'm like, wait a minute. It's the wind and the trees.
That's just outside, and you're...
So that's, if you hear that today as well on the broadcast, it is real wind out there.
You can kind of see the net there moving around too, just from the wind.
In there for strike 3 as Collins starts it out the right way here in the first. So Zane Collins on the year, his 8th start, 9 appearance, 27 innings on the bump, 16 walks to 21 strikeouts, and an ERA of 4.33 thus far. Jeremy Idle alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring you the call here this afternoon / early evening. Ball 1 outside. Hot off the press. We were supposed to see Freddie Geely possibly come back in Game 2 and hit in this 2-hole for the Beavers. That will not happen. Jalen Smith going to come in for him. Geely dealing with a bruise after he was hit by a pitch, one of those bone bruises. Doesn't feel great for anybody that's had one of those. Here's a pop-up, and you never know what's going to happen with anything like this here today. Handling it in stride is Anthony Maselli for out number 2, though.
It's whirling around up there a little bit, I think. Won't be any routines.
Yesterday we saw even first basemen, catchers have trouble tracking it in the air. Not sure it's the same wind path. This might even be stronger than what we saw yesterday with all those storms coming in. Did you hear any at 1 a.m. like we were predicting here on the USBL Weather Network?
I didn't hear it, but I went to a baseball field early this morning over at Grosse Pointe South about 7:30 in the morning, and it was just soaked. And
was it?
I could tell it was from during the night, not earlier in the day. It was looked like it was fresh.
So we got it right.
Yeah, we did. I'm pretty. At least in Grosse Pointe, we did.
I'm not sure I got much in Livonia, but I don't ever hardly get any rain over there besides yesterday. Here's the 1-0 outside. We have a very Livonia area heavy crew. You got Christian Gibbons, the director from Garden City, just outside of Livonia. Jeremiah Hergott, our graphics man and producer in Livonia as well. PJ Gradowski, one of our directors normally from Livonia. So,
but the Mammoths,
I used to be an Eastsider. No.
But the Mammoths are in last place. West, some good on the west side this year. Some
they're
not.
Trending up besides last night.
Yeah. I like the Mammoths. They're coming on strong.
There goes the Geese again.
Yeah.
That was a low-flying appearance for the Geese. 3 of them left to right across the middle of the diamond. In and out. And here's a 2-out walk for Joey Weimer.
And here's the guy we've been looking to see back in this lineup.
Originally, the diagnosis off the broken hand, 6 to 8 weeks. It took him 5 to get that cast off this Monday. It's felt like longer than 5, though, hasn't it?
It has, but this season has felt strange all the way around. It's just a strange season. You don't normally start on July 3rd, and everything about it just feels a little bit off.
That one skedaddles off the equipment of Torres. Collins frustrated he couldn't bury that one, especially after he got the first 2 outs here in the first inning, then got the 4-pitch walk, and now you get a speedy guy on second base, and he possibly scores on a single.
At least at this point, his fastball looks somewhat back up again. He's been 86, 87 for the most part, which is good to see.
So 1 pitch away from getting out of this here. Troyer hitting 4th today for Von Joshua's squad. Mentioned it in the pregame, but Vaughn said we really didn't play well in the lineup ever since he left.
Right.
He was one of the only guys who was hitting at that point. Obviously, that's picked up, and they've gotten some additions. But
yeah, really very lucky to to add some bats at times since then. That guy right there being one of them, Joey Weimer.
Two and two. Line drive up the box. Weimer might test it. He's around third base now. Throw home. Bounces. And now heading to second base is Troyer.
Well, how about my 2 keys to the game doing exactly what I asked in the first inning? We got Sam Troyer coming back into the lineup, driving in a run, and Joey Weimer using his legs more, which was something else that we had talked about a little bit in previous broadcasts, using his speed to really make an impact, and that's what he did there. Really, he rounded that base hard. He did not expect Jordan Pontius to cut that ball off. He did a really nice job keeping that in the infield, and it nearly paid off for the Hoppers. In hindsight, Pontius probably should have taken a step back toward the base runner and made him commit one way or the other, and that would have kept him from coming home.
So he'll get credited for a base hit. They have not gone up with an additional error.
I don't think you can call that an error. I think it's more of a fielder's choice. You'd give that a base hit and a fielder's choice, perhaps. Not an RBI. But, Troyer having a nice at-bat at least for his first time back.
Yeah, the minimum, that's what we want to do, make contact. After he really hasn't been able to hit much, obviously, since going down with the broken hand. Who knows, maybe high, and he does.
Collins starting to aim it a little bit. Just got to reach back and let it go.
Torres going to take a visit after he retired the first 2 men he saw. Strikeout pop-up. Wheatley and Williams Jr. going down. Weimer, since walked, got his way to second base after the wild pitch. Then the single by Troyer. A walk here by Caesar. His runners on first and second with 2 outs.
Really for Collins, I'm sure it's frustrating. All he did was give up kind of a soft base hit there. It's a walk. It's moving up on a wild pitch. It's being aggressive on the bases. That's really what created that run.
Strike 1 delivered to Brett Elmer. First start for Brett Elmer since the 15th of this month. Had a kind of double take on that. It's been a while. Good block by Torres.
I'm just spitballing, but I want to say he pinch hit since then. But
or maybe defensive replacement. He didn't have
possibly.
That last at bat was the 15th.
Okay.
But I'm with you. It seems like we've seen him
saw him somewhere, yeah.
Up high. 2-1 on Elmer. The slider there from Zane Collins. 25 pitches deep here in this first inning. Big swing and a miss by Elmer. He's 5 for 20 on the year, 483 OBP because of the 6 walks thus far. Makes contact 77% of the time when he swings. Is Sam Troyer gonna swipe a base here? You gotta be careful on those head first slides.
The backside runner there, Cuevas, didn't move up. He kind of hesitated and just thought better of it.
Looks like he
really have to keep your eye on the lead runner.
Looks like he's wearing that oven mitt now to protect that hand.
Right. He's not easing back into it, is he?
He's not. And these days it seems like the head first slide is almost frowned upon because of all the injuries that can come because of it.
I always liked it, though, especially stealing bases. I really thought it was faster by, a big enough degree to make it worth it.
Feels more natural, too, right?
Yeah, you're kind of hunched over, running, and, it feels like to go feet first, it almost feels like you have to kind of stop to some degree. There's times when feet first certainly makes sense. I think into home, a lot of times it makes sense because of the catcher, and I think obviously on a double play ball or something at second base, it makes sense.
So there's the case of the shadows to the light.
Right, exactly.
And that's what
didn't take long, did it?
Hitters are ultimately going to see as that creeps more and more towards the pitcher. But by a couple innings, it'll be no big deal for the most part. The outfielders will still have to deal with the sun. But those are the different intricacies that you really have to know how to play it in each park.
Yep, each ballpark's a little bit different.
Each position, really, in the outfield and the infield when you look at how the sun is changing. Bases are loaded. 3 walks here in the first inning after he retired the first 2 batters. In on the hands, but he's driving this one to left field. Back at the wall, leaps, and Grimes made that catch. Yes, sir. Wow. He robs a home run from Romero Harris and strands the bases loaded.
We've been fooled a few times on those, but that was a really well-timed jump.
He's mobbed as he heads to the dugout. Back with more after this.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
As we continue to respond to COVID-19 in our communities, Ascension Michigan is with you in this, and we are doing what matters to keep you safe in our care. At our hospitals and sites of care across the state, Ascension Michigan has additional safeguards in place. We are limiting visitors, ensuring proper social distancing in our waiting rooms, offering more online visits, and performing rigorous procedures to clean and disinfect. Our care teams are delivering babies and performing surgery. Now more than ever, it's important not to delay your health care. Schedule your appointments. Make sure children are getting their vaccinations. And if you have an emergency, don't wait. Go straight to your closest Ascension ER. Thank you for continuing to protect yourself and our community by washing your hands, wearing a face covering, and social distancing. Our doctors, nurses, and staff are ready for you when you need us. This is what we do best.
The 6'4", 215-pound right-handed pitcher Justin Revels takes the hill here for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today, Dan.
He's certainly been a plus on the season. A guy who's floated around a little bit on the taxi squad, but has done a nice job for everybody, now settled in with the Beavers. Upper 80s type fastball, a plus slider right around the low 80s, and a changeup that he doesn't throw a whole lot, but not coming off of his best outing. Needs to command the ball down in the zone today, especially against a pretty potent Hoppers offense.
Talked to Shane McCaddy, one of the pitching coordinators here at the USPBL, about Justin Revels this season. Says he's doing well. He's going through a lot of significant adjustments with the delivery. They like his feel for pitching and his ability to command his pitches in general. Trying to keep the ball out of the yard here today. Everybody
looks like it might jump a little.
Looking to do that. What a play, though, by Nate Grimes in left.
Not necessarily a, a burner speed-wise in left field. Not necessarily a guy that we saw robbing a home run, but really tracked it well and a very well-timed jump. And we've seen the opposite of that this year at times. Guys who didn't get back to the wall quite as far as they were capable of and didn't time their jump very well.
Those trees are bending in right center field. I don't often see that here at Jimmy John's Field. I mean, we had virtually no wind the first 2 months of the season, and now it's become a factor down the stretch.
All of a sudden.
The fall, I mean, has something to, the approaching fall probably has something to do with that.
Sure.
In for strike one here on Miles Miller.
And that was a slider right there. He will throw that in on lefty's hands a little bit.
17% swings and misses on the slider. 2-1 is whittled foul. Miles Miller, a $192 in the average column through 26 at-bats. 3 doubles and an RBI thus far. Chokes way up in the bat with 2 strikes. Think we'll ever see guys do that consistently again?
The choking up kind of thing? Probably not nearly as much. Maybe a guy who's like Miles Miller who can scoot on the ground a little bit.
And that pays off as he sinks it to left center field. Nearly got by the shoot tops of Smith. He's able to keep Miles Miller at a single here in the first.
And they'll need more of that out of Miller. He needs to be a catalyst for this team and get on base a little bit more often than he has to date. If he doesn't, he might get dropped down to the 9 spot maybe and could end up seeing Maselli back up there. But a good start for him today.
Take a look at the YouTube monitor. He has that kind of Placido Polanco type swing.
He does. Left side a little bit different, but he does slap it the other way pretty regularly.
Here's Adam De La Cruz now, settling into the 2-hole for the Hoppers as this stretch run unfolds. Miles Miller also ran track in high school. Track, volleyball, hockey, baseball.
Volleyball, really?
Yeah.
A lot of sports don't have men's volleyball, or a lot of states, I should say, don't have men's volleyball, I don't think.
Grew up in Canada, Ontario. So I'm not sure if it's maybe more popular over there, but you're starting to see, especially some NAI schools locally, not only add women's volleyball, but men's volleyball as well.
It's tough to get men's sports added these days if you have football at your institution. Just because of the equal numbers required for both genders, of course. Football adds so many male scholarships usually.
2-0 on Adam De La Cruz. He's walked way more than he's struck out at this point. 18 walks to 12 strikeouts. Still looking for that home run power to translate to the pro level. 8 home runs his junior year, 7 his senior year at Florida Southeastern, down in Lakeland. NAI, but they're going to play one of the best schedules in the NAI and ultimately maybe beat some D1 teams if they matched up against them.
Oh, I'm sure.
The new first game opponent for the Detroit Tigers now in spring training when it's normal. Used to be, what, Florida Southern?
Yes, Florida Southern.
For a lot of years. And
over at Henley Field.
The last couple, it has been Florida Southeastern. And De La Cruz would have participated in that first game in 2019. Good lead for Miles Miller over there with none gone as he led off his first inning with a single. That's off the glove of Elmer.
Sort of had the idea he was going to go there. He started to open up his right side a little bit. It's a little bit of a tell. In hindsight, he really didn't need much of a jump there.
Righty on righty here. Here's the 2-2. High and in at 90. Full count on Adam De La Cruz now. It's a two-seam fastball from Revels. Throws that 38% of the time. The four-seam 26% of the time. And the slider 28%. Williams has a shot if he legs this out and can't quite get to it.
Good effort. He wasn't off by much.
Seen some good plays in foul territory this year. Lamar Briggs has made a few. At third base. Nearly saw him make a even better play over his shoulder on the third base line last night. 3-2 on Adam De La Cruz. Miles Miller at second base with still no outs. The pitch. Big rip.
Anyone know if Briggs ever played wide receiver in high school?
I don't know. Would have been a good one according to
could see him going corner.
Translatables.
Yeah, corner in the end zone.
Bender in there for strike three.
That's Rebels' bread and butter right there, being able to throw that slider a little bit in on a righty that darts back over the plate. Gets a lot of Ks looking on that pitch. Mahalik taking over the 3 spot today with Xavier Warren on the bench for game 1.
More often than not, when Xavier Warren is not catching, you'd probably see him play at third base because of the doubleheader, trying to spell the legs a little bit here. So Mahalik out there in the first game. Here's the 1-0. Inside.
Other option could be you could have Mahalik play third base, have Warren DH, and possibly have De La Cruz in the outfield. Would be another way to go. A lot of versatility with De La Cruz. That could really help you fill out your lineup card many different ways.
Here's the 2-0. Chopped foul. Trying to answer your question here. I did find a Lamar Briggs. It looks like he did play football.
There you go.
I can't 100% confirm it, but matching the high schools here.
You can't just make an offhand comment to Jeremy Otto, folks. He will do the research and find out.
I used to be the research department for the Tigers Radio Network.
Well, that's true. That's true. If Dan Dickerson ever said something and you wondered how the heck did he know that, the answer might have been Jeremy Otto.
3-1 here on Riley Mahalik. Runner on second base with 1 out. Me and Tim Jetski, the engineer.
Right.
Swing and a miss. Rebels trying to get right back into the driver's seat here in the first. Back-to-back 3-2 counts. He started Miles Miller with a 2-2 before he was able to slap the long single the opposite way.
He has pretty good stuff today, but his pitch count's going to get up there quick if he keeps going deep in the count with every guy. Nice spoil.
It's already at 21. Collins in that first inning heaved 32 after he started it much better with 2 outs.
Yeah, he did. That's 32 is surprising. I didn't feel like he threw 32, but that doesn't bode well for the rest of the day. He'll need a quick one in there somewhere.
Swing and a miss. The fist pump by Justin Revels as he records his second out in a row via the K.
That looked like a change to me. Maybe you can verify that with our baseball ops folks, but very well. Regardless, it was well located down in the zone. Got him out front. That's a really tough pitch to not be out front of when you're deep in the count like that.
Eric says slider.
Slider, okay.
Eric McKean to our left every game. He's our research department, pretty much. And anything statistical. 30-page packet to us before every game on each team. All the analytics that you hear on the air. Zach Gray. Hot shot line drive off the dirt. And Caesar can't pick it up. That's going to cost the Beavers a run as Miller scampers home to knot this game at 1.
Yeah, that one really took a bite out of him over there. No fault of Caesar, really. That was a well-hit ball and really jumped up on him and just wasn't able to keep it in front.
They have ruled that an error.
Really, that is a tough error, don't you think?
It is, especially given the hop. It is a tie game, though.
I've never been an official scorer, though. That's a job in baseball that I've not had.
Yeah, it's not a
sort of a thankless job.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
Right.
Don't know how much here they go back and look at things, but it's always been a role where you can roll something and potentially change. There's been some tough scoring decisions this year in big moments. I think for the most part, we've agreed with most of them.
Yes, I agree.
And everybody's going to have a little bit different interpretation of what's an error and what's not. I mean, it's ultimately a discretional call in some cases.
I guess as a former player, I tend to sympathize with the fielder. That was a pretty well-hit ball. I don't know all that many second basemen that would have successfully fielded that one.
So you're saying all the batting averages at Grosse Pointe South are inflated? No.
Well, I guess that depends.
2-2 with the runner on first base and 2 outs here in the first with a run already in. The pitch. All these hitters extending these counts here today. Last thing against Zane Collins, we saw 2 3-ball counts, and they were actually 2 4-pitch walks in the end to Joey Weimer and Cuevas. Weimer came around to score the only run thus far for them. Rebels trying to dance his way out of this, and he does just that. Elmer applies the tag, so technically he strikes out the side, does give up a single and an error in the end, and Miles Miller able to tie up this game. Freaky Fast Trivia presented by Jimmy John says this.
Oh, boy.
What year did the band Kansas release their hit song Carry On, Wayward Son?
I'm debating between 75 and 76 on this. I'm gonna go with the newest, the most recent 76.
Got it.
All right.
There you go. Jimmy John Freaky Fast Trivia.
Good song. I forgot this is a what do we call it? Is it Classic Rock Saturday? I think so. Yeah.
We
tend to have classic rock questions on Saturdays.
Well, you can head to GreatLakesBatco.com and buy yourself one of those Randy Dobnak merchandise items. Sweatshirts, T-shirts, all that good stuff.
Maybe we can get a Jeremy Otto version of that at the same store with the glasses and a headset.
Or the big boy swirl I seem to have going on lately that's not even on purpose. It just happened, you walk big outside boy. And you immediately hit the wind tunnel with everything.
I wouldn't have connected that with Big Boy, but that's good.
Randy Dobnak today struggled against the Tigers. It had to happen some point.
His stuff didn't look bad to me. I thought Detroit had a really good game plan against him. He throws everything kind of down in the zone, a lot of tailing balls, a lot of sinking balls, and they didn't try to do too much with it. They kind of just tried to hit the ball solid on the ground. A lot of them got through. A little bit of luck in that, certainly. You know, he was a little bit of a tough luck loser, I think, today, which is going to happen when you're a ground ball type guy.
Tigers playing a straight doubleheader here today. They're up 4-2 in Game 2 against the Minnesota Twins after winning Game 1 8-2. So I tell you what, locally, out of nowhere, I mean, you win a series against the Cleveland Indians. You potentially win a series against the Minnesota Twins, 2 teams in your division, and you're right back in it.
Sure.
In the expanded postseason format that we have this year.
Well, expanded postseason and the limited schedule. When you're not really that great of a team, you want as little sample size as possible, and that's what this season has. Over 162, I don't think they would contend, but over 60, maybe.
Matt Boyd, big outing today, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, no walks, and 6 strikeouts.
He's as much of a key to the rest of the season as anybody.
Well, here's an indication of what one game can do to your ERA. Dobnak coming in with a sub-1. What was it, .60 or something like that coming in today? It's now .312.
Yeah, it was outstanding.
After 6 runs, 6 of them earned, 2 walks and a K, 12 hits given up in 4 1/3 by the USPBL alum.
Still having a terrific season for a good team.
Swing and a miss by Jalen Smith. 1 up and 1 down here in the second. And we'll have that Randy Dobnak piece in between games here today if you haven't seen it in the doubleheader. Talks about his journey from the USPBL to Major League Baseball in just 3 years. Also have a few highlights we hear from today's game. Jonathan Brandt sends in strike 1. Shante Wheatley would be next. He's your Zach Hart agency man. Due up 3rd here in the second inning against Zane Collins. Good for him to get a leadoff out here in the second. He got back-to-back leadoff outs in the first before 3 walks and a single drove in Joey Weimer in the end. How about the Yankees losing 7 in a row?
Yeah, the injury bug has got them quite a bit. Even that team may not survive that.
Aaron Judge coming off the injured list and going right back on after just a couple ABs. The Padres have acquired Trevor Rosenthal, a fine reliever, so that's a story.
That's a team on the way up.
San Diego trying to go all out maybe down the stretch here. 3-2 in tight. As Jonathan Brandt will walk to first base. Skubal, certainly a man to watch, trending upwards for Detroit as well. 5 innings today, 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned, no walks and 2 strikeouts.
These 7-inning games are good for a ball club that's not very deep also.
True.
You know, you get a decent start out of a guy and he goes 5 innings. You only need to patch up 2 more innings with the bullpen to get yourself a win. It's a lot different than having to cover 4.
Does St. Louis have a doubleheader here today? I think every game going forward is a doubleheader.
Quite certain they do, yeah.
Popped up down the left field line, and that one is going to sky foul.
I'm not sure they should be allowed to play on Saturday or Sunday without a doubleheader.
Let's see. They played earlier. It was 12 innings. So if that was a 7-inning doubleheader, it doesn't look like they have a second game unless I'm missing something here.
Maybe they should just count that one for 2 if it went 12 innings. My gosh.
They lost 2-1 to the Indians. They're now 11-13. Cleveland 21-12.
Those are very different records, aren't they?
That they are. One is outside. Shante Wheatley struck out looking on a 1-2 pitch back in the first inning. Seems like a long time ago how these first 2 have drawn out a little bit. See a number of you on Facebook and YouTube getting in your player of the game predictions and your final score predictions. Here's a line drive to left that's carrying and bangs off the Hollywood Market sign and left. Brandt sliding to third, and just making it into second is Wheatley.
That thing darn near broke the wall out there. I mean, that ball was hit pretty hard.
92 off the bat.
Yeah, it didn't get very high off the ground.
Here's Ron Williams Jr. now. He's 0 for 1 with a pop out. They'll bring the infield in with a run already in. Remember, this is a 5-inning game in game 1 of the doubleheader. So 5 and a 7 is what we have gone with all season long. And from what we're hearing, we're going to roll with that 7-inning regular game throughout the regular season of 2020. 75-mile-per-hour slider is outside. So both De La Cruz and Gray are slightly in on the corners. Middle of the infield back, especially the second baseman Pontius there, as he's also trying to shade his eyes from the sun here with 1 out. Line drive to left, that's going to get down in front of Miller and carry a little bit towards the gap. 1 run is around to score. Here comes the second. No, he's held. And scampering back to third base is Wheatley there. So Brandt regains the lead for the Beavers here in the second.
Miller and Maselli did a nice job getting that ball in. That sure looked like it was going to score 2 off the bat, but very good relay.
Good job by Miller to get to it as quick as he could. Ball that was kind of tailing away from him into left field. AC Butler Wheatley on Facebook comments, nice hit, son. Louisiana is proud. Have we had a Louisiana before? I feel like we've had.
Yeah,
at least
sure.
once.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing it.
We had a Germany yesterday. Where else what other foreign country did we have yesterday?
Brazil,
yes. For the second time. Weimer looks at this one outside, both of those on Facebook. So if you're watching from a foreign country or a faraway land, let us know. Lifts the dust from the glove of Torres for strike 1. That wind still blowing straight out. There you see it to right center. Wheatley the lead runner here as the changeup remains inside. St. Collins has fallen behind nearly every hitter he's faced here tonight. Weimer is taking, and swiping the bag is Ron Williams Jr. That's a TCF Bank stolen base here in the second.
Good decision there by Torres not to throw that ball. He decided to pump fake just in case the runner on third may think about stealing home, but he was never going to throw the man out at second there. Just way too big of a jump.
4th steal of the year for Williams Jr. And Weimer with an uncomfortable swing, just able to get a piece of it. Didn't really need to, I guess, with 1 strike, but he did anyway.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a defeated swing there.
Oh, nice pitch to tie him up inside there. Good action on the slider.
Location of that ball is so important that the way that darts in on the hands of a right-hander, it makes it very difficult to get a good piece of that pitch.
Here's Sam Troyer now. He was hitting .278 through 18 ABs before going down with the broken hand. And we wondered, how the heck is he swinging so well out of quarantine when all these other hitters are looking mystified at times at the plate? But that's because he was working out with somebody he had played with in the past, as this one is flying its way to Grise in left, and that is for out number 3. So
another good swing.
Table that story for now. Talk about it when Troyer is up the next time around, but I agree, it was a good swing. He's had a couple good swings to start the game here today. Time for your DTE Energy Kid Race. The mascot is Buzz going here today.
I was hoping for Ribby, but maybe we'll see him in game 2. Oh, Buzz is doing a few quad stretches there.
Did he go out too quick? Is he
maybe
trying to pull something there?
Do Beavers have quads? I'm not too familiar with their structure. No head start today.
Aiden in his Westside Woolly Mammoths uniform and the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers hat.
Aiden not a guy to bother with second base, it looks like. Oh, he hit the bag there. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. He's headed to the dugout. Maybe he may be going to the suites there to say hi to his family.
JJ? I don't know.
Or JJ. Oh, look at that. He's in the tunnel. He's looking for some food, I think. and Buzz, yeah, Buzz is going to call it quits, too. Buzz doesn't mind. That's a first. That's a good one.
Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
Trevor McKinley, Anthony Maselli, and Jordan Pontius, your Zach Hart Agency three-men due-up here in the second. It's 2-1 in favor of the Beavers, thanks to the run by Jonathan Brandt in the second, his 6th of the year.
Feels like one of those games where we might go back and forth a little bit. Seems like a lot of good at-bats and long at-bats.
That's what happens here in the 5-inning game usually, doesn't it?
It does. The 5-inning game's never too quick, is it?
Justin Revel's out there for his second inning of work. He struck out the side, but he gave up a run. It's not too often you get to say that.
True.
Leadoff single by Miles Miller with 2 strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts by De La Cruz and Mahalik. Gray reaching on an error, which Miles Miller was able to advance and score. And Nate Grice finished things off with a strikeout himself. McKinley entering with a .259 average through 27 AB, 7 hits thus far. Pair of doubles, a home run as well. Has driven in 3. (2-0) on Trevor. On the ground to Jonathan Brandt. 1 up and 1 down.
Another well-located pitch there by Revels. Kept it away. Not much more Trevor could have done with that ball besides just drive it the other way.
Anthony Maselli batting 7th here today and playing shortstop for Paul Nochi's squad. Will get his first AB. The one thing where we saw him grow lately is the walks. And that was kind of his problem, and maybe why he's been pulled from the leadoff spot, because first month and a half in the season, he was your routine leadoff hitter for the Diamond Hoppers. He's been a part of their team the whole ride.
He's been consistently strong as it comes to on-base percentage over his career. Not as much early this season, but he's been a on-base percentage type guy.
Ahead in the count here. That's a good start. And is going to chop it in the right direction for a base hit. So a 1-out base runner. In Boston College, Maselli spent 4 years there, 2015 to 2018, a career .304 on base percentage with a .185 average. So that says something.
It seems like a fun school to attend. I've never visited there, but it's a fun area of the country with a lot of colleges in that general area.
Good block by Brett Elmer. Is blocking something that's tougher when you haven't played a lot of games recently?
Yes, I believe so. If you haven't, kept up with it on the side or something of that nature. I know that a lot of the guys in this league really try to emphasize receiving over blocking. As you can see, a lot of them down on one knee.
Chiseled into right field, gonna find its way all the way to the flagpole, the base of it. Maselli, meanwhile, coming home. He's gonna score, and Pontius has a diving triple.
The triple, the most exciting play in baseball, as I always say.
What about the inside the park home run?
I suppose, but I don't know if that happens enough to really to consider it a play. I think a triple is more exciting than a home run in many ways.
Certainly the way today's ballparks are constructed, there isn't really those character, holes in the, not holes, but, the divots, I guess is the right word I'm looking for in the outfield fence. It's more straight up.
Yeah, quirks.
Comerica Park, the gap in right center is certainly triple territory.
Built for triples.
Curtis Granderson, Austin Jackson, taking care of that over the last 10 years.
Something I was always frustrated about is it seemed like during certain recent eras with the Tigers, they didn't really build their team around that. They didn't have enough guys who ran well and hit gap to gap. It was more station to station power type guys, which really doesn't play especially well to Comerica Park. Even those really good Tigers teams with good offenses, they were built with guys like Cabrera and Victor and Prince Fielder and Delman Young, guys who didn't run especially well, and that's the type of team that really plays better at a Fenway Park or Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, it seemed to be maybe one guy on each of those teams. You talk about Jackson, you talk about Granderson, you talk about Rajay Davis, but I think when you think about it, those guys never played together.
Right.
Obviously, Granderson and Jackson didn't.
No, traded for each other. So
Davis, not quite sure, but I don't think so. The 0-1 fouled off. They were looking at that type of mentality when they signed Josh Harrison last year. Didn't really pan out.
Right. He had a really good spring training last year, and I felt excited about him, coming out of that. But it just didn't stay healthy, or productive long enough.
I like the signing. I was with you. Gritty type player. 0-2 high and away. 1-2 now.
For the most part, there's not any one-year signings that are too bad. One-year signing is what it is. You gave it a try.
Harrison playing 9 games with Washington this year. 286 average. He was injured a good amount of last year as well.
Yep.
Looping swing and a miss by Miller. They'll complete the strikeout and strand an additional run at third base, but it is Jordan Pontius who plates the only run here in the second inning on the USPBL network. Time for your kid of the game, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Having a little bit of a snafu with our graphics. We'll get to that in just a second. 5, 6, 7 coming up for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here. It's Javier Suarez attends Lincoln Elementary. Just 4 years old, likes playing baseball. Got a cool shark hat there. Got a planet shirt too. I like it. Kid of the game brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Caesar, Brett Elmer, Romero Harris, your Zach Hart agency, 3 men due up here in the 3rd inning. A 2-2 game. These two teams have scratched out a single run in each inning that they've batted thus far.
Feels like one of those games.
Cuevas had a single back in the 1st. Or a walk, I beg your pardon. It was on 4 straight pitches. That in for strike 2. 3 walks in that 1st inning for Zane Collins, despite getting ahead of hitters early like he does here, and that's for strike 3. So he has struck out the leadoff batter in every inning, which in general is a recipe for success.
Yeah, it is. It hasn't worked out that way, though.
Has fallen behind most other hitters, though. I mean, you look up and down the lineup after striking out weekly. He fell behind Williams. He did get him to pop out. 3-0 on Weimer. Did get Troyer 1-2. Cuevas was 3-0. 2-1 on Elmer. 2-1 on Harris. 3-1 on Brand in the 2nd. 2-1 on Wheatley in the 2nd as well. And 1-0 here on Brett Elmer to begin the 3rd with 1 out. That's some interesting break on the slider. Will stay outside though. Now 3-0. Those pitches not missing by much. Sandy Comer on YouTube asking any idea why we don't have a center field camera feed. I'm assuming, without checking with the crew, that that's because of the wind here today. We had some issues yesterday.
It's on right
that
now.
down.
I think it hasn't been used as much, but it's that they just showed it right now.
Romero Harris. Wish he had a few more feet on the ball he hit to left field, but a really good play by Nate Grimes to rob him of a grand slam in the end.
Elmer finding his way on base again. He has a tendency to do that.
First pitch to Harris, ground ball to 3rd base. Nice play by De La Cruz. Arms it over to 1st base, and he got him.
Nice glove work and a nice arm. He looked towards 2nd base and thought better of it. It probably wouldn't have got Elmer over there. So he had to make the long throw across the diamond, and he did it.
So 2 outs. It will advance Brent Elmer to 2nd base, and Jalen Smith now trying to get a 2-out base knock here. Now, if this bat gets hot, it would be big for the Beavers. You look at the bench here today, technically Freddie Gili listed, but we're finding out that he will not play game 2, so assumed unavailable. Here's a fly ball to right into the jet stream over the head of McKinley. He leaps and he can't get it. Gone off the bat of Jalen Smith. And just like that, he snatches back the lead.
You can tell by the way McKinley reacted to that one that he didn't expect it to carry that far. He got turned around a couple times out there, and he really wasn't by the fence in time to make a great leap for it. I think it just kept carrying on him.
Yeah, if McKinley can track it, more often than not, he's going to.
Yeah, you'll know the wind is doing some tricks if he doesn't track the ball real well.
4th home run of the year given up by Zane Collins. Most on the team for the Diamond Hoppers. Austin Atwood has given up 2 thus far. 2-0 on Jonathan Brandt now.
I think Atwoods were back-to-back, weren't they? Or at least in the same inning, if I remember correctly.
I believe so. 2-0 high, 3-0 now on Jonathan Brandt. Every 3-0 count has resulted in a walk thus far. It will continue that way. His second walk here in the 3rd. 6th in total.
Twice to Brandt also, which is traditionally with a 9-hitter, it's not a guy you want to put on base for free like that.
USPBL Network.
The difference that we bring to pediatric care isn't just the fact that we care deeply about our patients and want to partner with their parents in delivering the best care for their children, because a lot of pediatricians can deliver great care. What we do differently at Campground Pediatrics is we offer a different environment to deliver that care, and we offer personal service in a way that many practices can't.
It's the Lincoln Summer Invitation Sales Event going on now at Crest Lincoln. Schedule your remote experience today or visit us here and learn what it means to have vehicle ownership on your terms.
Find some peace this summer in the luxury of the 2020 Lincoln Nautilus. Lease today for only $359 per month. Or drive in comfort and style in the 2020 Lincoln Continental. Lease today for only $361 per month.
Make a summer memory today. Visit us at Crest Lincoln in Sterling Heights or shop now at crestlincoln.com.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
The Hoppers getting a man loose here. Looks like Atwood. So we may see him come in the 4th inning. For now, the offense trying to gain some of the runs back. 4-2, Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. These two teams have scored at least 1 run in every offensive inning thus far. We'll see if the Hoppers can continue that here in the 3rd. Wind still whipping violently out to right center field, and De La Cruz is a gap-to-gap hitter when going right. And again, Williams Jr. and Wheatley had a chance. I think Ron Williams was better served, maybe taking that one. De La Cruz today, a strikeout in the 1st. He was part of 3 strikeouts in inning 1 for Justin Revels. Miles Miller coming around to score on his single, ultimately, of the leadoff variety. Anthony Maselli scoring in the 2nd as well. The 1-1. Low, 2-1 on Adam De La Cruz. It was a 3-2 battle before Revels struck him out. .89 miles an hour high. What are you seeing out of Revels so far here today?
You know, he's been a little bit better than he was the last time out. I think he's commanding especially his slider down in the zone more so than he did in his last outing. Velocity's been pretty typical.
3-1, swing and a miss.
There's another example of it there.
Big cut at an 80-mile-per-hour biting slider there. He's been working on the timing of the start of his delivery. I want him to maintain a good posture and finish a little bit longer than he currently does. That's from Shane McCaddy, one of the pitching coordinators here at the USPBL.
I could see the finish giving him some trouble. He's got a shorter arm action, which on the plus side can be beneficial because the ball gets on the hitter kind of quick. They have a little more trouble tracking it than somebody with a longer arm action.
It's going to float through for a leadoff base hit here in the third. Certainly some things to figure out with Beavers pitching. Revels has had some good outings. And obviously they view him highly for what they say in terms of his feel for pitching and just his ability to command all his pitches when he's going right. Another guy they're looking to adjust a little bit is A.J. Coleman. I talked to Vaughn Joshua a little bit about Coleman earlier, and he says, yeah, I've just never seen somebody get ahead in the count so much but then give up such hard hits on the 1-2 or the 0-2.
Sure.
So they're just trying to work through that. And
he may lack a true out pitch at this point. You know, someone who has an out pitch is Revels. You know, that slider, when he's going right with it, that's a true out pitch. I think Chrisman's obviously the top of the line guy for the Beavers right now. He's drawn some hard assignments, you know, against other teams' aces and hasn't always produced wins, but he's been very consistent and very good.
Oh, one high and away. When you do a comparison Chrisman to Revels, one thing that sticks out is that Revels by a sliver, 0.2 or 3, is better at throwing strikes, 68% strikes coming into today. That might be adjusted a little bit because he's thrown a few more balls, but still, that shows a big positive. And it is a smaller sample size than what Chrisman has shown. Through the thickets of Almer, good bounce though, as he's able to make sure De La Cruz just takes second.
The fact that he's going out there may lead me to believe that they weren't on the same page there with something.
Garrett Chrisman, though, anytime he takes them out, it's almost appointment viewing too, like Ty Hensley has been this year. 1.96 ERA. Unofficially has one of the best, I'm going to say unofficially the best, strike-to-walk ratio of any starter so far.
When they match up against each other, it's something to see, too. They have a tendency to
Hensley
really...
and Chrisman you're talking about?
Yeah.
Certainly has been the most consistent starter for the Beavers this year. And he works so fast. That's the kind of pitchers they like to attract in this league, though.
Well, we like guys who work fast in doubleheaders.
Sure. Always move things along a little bit better. Runner moving to third. Nobody there to cover it at first. And now that's going to dribble into left. De La Cruz going to steal the run with the legs here.
That's frustrating for Revels. That's what speed can do.
16th run of the year for Adam De La Cruz. On top of that, it was a walk to Riley Mahalik.
Troyer, if at all possible over there, has got to find a way to get in front of that ball. It's, you know, it's one thing if the guy steals third, but you've really got to do whatever you can not to let that ball get into right field, or left field, I'm sorry.
For those of you who may have filtered back to YouTube when the Facebook feed went down, our Facebook feed is back up. So we welcome back any watchers there. 0-1 rope to first base. Williams Jr. says, I got it, and you're out, Riley Mahalik.
Not a conventional double play.
Wow. A screamer off the bat at 91. Williams Jr. said, I had it all the way. And here's a man who also made a really nice play to rob a grand slam in the first inning, and Nate Grice.
We'll see how this game plays out, but that potentially is a game-saving play early in the game. You know, if the Hoppers can find a way to come back and win this one. I think it's safe to say the game could have been over, or close to over at that point, had he not robbed it.
would have meant 5 runs at least score in the inning. You would have sent the 8th man to the plate after 3 walks already by Zane Collins. Atwood looks like still tuning up down there. He sat down at one point, but just kind of lightly tossing. He's not hurrying his warm-up pitches as he's been throwing for a good amount of time now. Gry is tracking that one, but it's back to the screen. Last year, Gry's in 66 at-bats, hit .212, checks in at .250 here today. Ooh. Left side of the infield trying to coax a strike 3 call as they were a few steps back towards the dugout. Gry's has already surpassed his home run total from last year. Just hit 1. Has hit 2 out so far this year for the Diamond Hoppers. Waiting on the 2-2 from Rebels. Again, just missed it.
He was right on that ball. He wasn't out front of it or behind it.
Maybe under it slightly.
Perhaps. Vast majority of missed balls are the hitter being under it as opposed to on top of it.
Same spot, same results, and Rebels really wanted that one. Waiting on the full count delivery. Here it comes. High and tight. He walked him. Not what he wanted to do after he's given up a run here in the first, but turned that nice double play. Puts another runner on.
And a dangerous hitter at the plate, too.
So Grise has slightly improved his walk to strikeout ratio. That's his 6th of the year. He had just 1 walk through 66 at-bats last year and 20 strikeouts. McKinley, heaves one high and away at 76. That's the slider. Anthony Maselli, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the 3rd inning. It's 4-3 Beavers. McKinley today with a ground ball to the shortstop. Was back in the 2nd on a 2-0 pitch just like this one. Bends outside, no, and then there for strike 1. There's some action on the other side as well. Austin Dakar, the new Beaver. He's not thrown with the Beavers yet, has he?
I don't think so.
Utica Unicorn all throughout this season before these rosters have started to settle. And Dan, we've hit August 29th. You know what that means? One more day till September.
Right. Well, one more game until September.
Sure.
In baseball, there's only so many days without games. So
that's true. Especially this year here in the USPBL. We'll go Wednesday through Monday next week because of the Labor Day holiday.
Right.
Ooh, shattered bat. 2nd straight day. That's going to waddle its way just to the right of Ron Williams Jr., but everybody stays calm despite the shrapnel there. A run in, Adam De La Cruz able to scurry home. It's 4-3.
Hi, I am Allison with the Sports Performance Tip of the Game, brought to you by DMC Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. With so many options to choose from for a drink after a strenuous workout, which would you choose from? A, chocolate milk, B, a sports drink, or C, a soda? Well, if you said chocolate milk, you are correct. Chocolate milk is packed with carbohydrates and proteins and is a great option to replenish the fuel needed after a very hard workout or competition. It has double the value of a lot of the normal water or sports drinks and is a great option. Within 15 to 20 minutes after your workout is a very important time to replenish the fuel and set you up for success for that next training session. So don't forget to reach for a nice cold glass of chocolate milk after your workout.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing.
We have a Hoffman Dental pitching change. It's Austin Atwood taking over for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers here today. Fourth appearance of the year. He's pitched 6 innings, given up 6 runs thus far, 6 walks to 6 strikeouts.
A little bit of a mixed bag with Atwood. You know, he's had some good innings, some bad innings. Has got his fastball up to about 91. His breaking ball has been good at times. A little bit inconsistent thus far. Giving up the home run ball. Last time out, made a decent pitch on Cuevas, but turned on it hard, hit it for a home run.
So Zane Collins goes 3, walks 6 here today. That was kind of the major problem. He got outs, and he got every leadoff batter out with the strikeout, so he had a good start, and had a good start certainly to the first inning before he walked 3, retired the first 2 batters, but walked Joey Weimer, allowed a single to Sam Troyer up the middle, walked Cuevas, and then walked Elmer. And ultimately, that's when the run parade started. 1 in the first, 1 in the second, and 2 in the third off the home run by Jalen Smith. He played the win card. Why not?
It's a nice block there by Torres on that last pitch.
Do you have to call wind?
I don't think so. not in this game.
First pitch outside, or second pitch outside. 2-0 on Joey Weimer. Walk, a run scored, and a strikeout thus far. Still looking for this young man's first extra base hit at the pro level. Surprising to say that, as Torres can't squeeze it, and that puts a speedy runner on second base. Absolutely gorgeous day for baseball here today after the muggy and rainy weather that we saw all of yesterday.
Oh.
And now Williams Jr. to third with no outs. And Joey Weimer has his 5th walk of the year. .76 degrees in Utica, Michigan. Precipitation chance 1%.
We'll take that. Take our chances there.
And if you're wondering, in Utica, New York, it's also 76, because that's always what comes up when I type in Utica weather, and I keep forgetting every time that I have to type in MI after it. 75 and partly sunny tomorrow, too. That sounds good.
Here or Utica, New York?
Probably both. Here. Wednesday, when we resume play, 83 degrees. Thursday, 84. Friday, 74. Saturday, 77 and sunny. Fought it in with the hands, and that's just foul by the thin lines of a few paint threads down the left field line.
Atwood's going to have to work that breaking ball down to be more effective. That's a little bit too hittable up there.
Reminder, you can chime in with us on Facebook and YouTube in the chat section. Tell us where you're watching from. Maybe you're out grilling today. What are you grilling? You can send us even, maybe you can't send us pictures. I think I tried to do that once on both chats. That neither allow you to. That'd be cool, though. This one down the third baseline, through, past the diving glove of De La Cruz. Weimer rounding second. He's to third. And there's a nice knock by Sam Troyer, his second of the day. Broken hand? No. He's good to go.
He's had all nice swings today, too. Even the out that he made to left field, I thought he just missed it, but doesn't look like he's missed a beat.
Caesar trying to get on base for the second time today. A walk back in the first and a strikeout in the third. Von Joshua wants to see Cuevas hit the breaking ball a little bit better. Really likes his hands at third base, though. You'll see action in both of these games here tonight for Von Joshua.
Oh. That breaking ball's been up consistently. He's going to have to make an adjustment there.
So Caesar's played nearly every infield position. We've seen him at third, we've seen him at second, and we'll see him at short next game. 73-mile-per-hour curveball outside off the fingertips of Austin Atwood. Major pressure here. A run already in, and runners on second and third with no outs to begin the inning. Now a 3-1 count on a good hitter. We saw Cuevas hit one to the left on a line for his first home run here in the USPBL. And now the bases are loaded with no outs, and Brett Elmer coming up. Beavers trying to add to an already 5-3 lead. 14 pitches deep into this outing by Austin Atwood. He's given up a single, a walk, a double, and a walk.
Between Cuevas and Elmer, they've got 4 walks between the two of them, and that's obviously not what you're looking for bottom of the order-wise if you're Hopper's pitching.
Tipped into the glove.
Or I guess it's more middle of the order, but Brandt's also got 2 walks, so the point remains.
Hot shot. Pani is bobbling. Feeds to second with the glove alone, and all things considered, good job to get at least one. Weimer will score his second run of the game and advances lead to 3 now.
A decent recovery there by Pontius for sure. When you're playing in, though, and you get a ground ball somewhat at you certainly want to convert that into keeping the run from scoring.
Here's Romero Harris. Bats with runners on the corners and 1 gone now. Sir Ron Williams Jr. starting this party with a single. He scored. Joey Weimer has now scored. And advancing to second base without a throw is Elmer.
Seem to be having a lot of trouble between Torres and Atwood. This is the second time they've talked now after a ball in the dirt or a pass ball. Not sure if they're getting crossed up on signs or if it's a location issue.
"17 pitches for Atwood. The infielders will come in. Can't afford to give up any more runs in this 5-inning contest. In game 1 of the doubleheader, they will, and maybe 2 more. Good approach by Harris. First is around. Elmer is the second. Bingo.
And that's why you really hate to have to bring the infield in, because if he's playing back, more toward the back of the infield there, he probably spears that line drive.
Off the bat at 80. And Harris has his first hit in a little while. RBIs 12 and 13 on the year for Romero. We're seeing some better swings, though, by Harris.
There's a lot to work with there. He's got good pop in his bat.
Trying to use his speed to steal a base here. That one was whittled off, though, by Jalen Smith. Von Joshua's been surprised that this bat hasn't translated. Had a really nice season in the California Winter League, and he admits that the pitching isn't the same as in the USPBL. Still, that's off the glove of Atwood. And everybody's safe.
Nothing quite going the Hoppers' way here.
Puts runners on first and second now with one out. And already the 8th man to the plate, and Jonathan Brandt. He's walked twice today and scored once. 4 runs already in here in the 4th inning to extend this lead to 8-3. Starting to feel a little insurmountable right now for the Hoppers. So about a half hour in between game 1 and 2 here this evening. Quincy Jones is now throwing in the Hoppers' pen. Curveball that bent towards the helmet of Jonathan Brandt. He's halfway to his 3rd walk already. 8 walks in his last 5 games now for Jonathan Brandt. Nice swing. And the bases are loaded again, but no, that gets by Grise a little bit. Scoring is Romero Harris, and now it's 9-3 Hoppers.
Wheels starting to come off a little bit now.
So no RBI there for Jonathan Brandt, but the swing deserved one.
You can see the look on Brandt's face there. It's been a little while since he hit a ball like that, and he's got a very relieved look on his face.
Off the bat at 95 nearly. Paul Nochi will come out to visit Austin Atwood. Will he bring the hook is the question here.
Looks like Quincy Jones getting loose down there. Not sure if he needs more time. He may. Quincy has a tendency to get ready pretty quick.
Ashante Wheatley, the top of the order, the only man that is not batted in this inning, will come up.
I have a feeling this may be it either way, with left-handed Ron Williams, who's swinging a pretty good bat, coming up on deck. And the left-hander in the pen, this could be it for Atwood.
Yeah, back-to-back singles for Ron Williams Jr. Wheatley was robbed of a hit. It went off the glove of De La Cruz, bounced a line drive into the glove of Maselli at short. And was able to get a fielder's choice, so Wheatley was safe at first in the end. Or I should say, no, that was the final out of the inning, but still goes down as a fielder's choice.
When you've only got 2 pitches and you can't command one of them, you're going to get burned at this level, and that's the case with Atwood right now. He just wasn't able to keep his breaking ball down, and it's just making him very hittable this inning.
2-1 on Wheatley now. De La Cruz fires to second, over to first, wide, and it'll score another run.
And just when you thought that's exactly what the Hoppers needed, unable to convert.
Here comes Ron Williams Jr. now for the 2nd time. it looks like Wheatley is hurting. Did you see what happened?
Von Joshua and first base coach Scott Pickens talking about it. Yeah, he's just removing his shin pad right now, but he's going to get a runner. Riles coming in, I think.
Yep, Riles and Comer available off the bench here for Von Joshua. Originally it was supposed to be Freddie Geely as well. Eleanor Rodin on YouTube says, awesome game for the Beavers. Way to go, Harris, certainly, for both of those guys. Aaron Rouse says he has grilled pork tenderloin with fresh carrots from the Mount Clemens Farm Market. There you go. Here's your meal of the game. I'm going to have to grab something here in between games, I think. First pitch to Ron Williams Jr. is outside. You guys make fun of me for bringing my lunch before every game, but I ate through that at around 3 o'clock, so.
Maybe we'll have a rundown here and you can get yourself a discount pickle pizza.
That'd be nice. Pontius over to first base, and that will end the monster inning in the 5th. The Hoppers offense explodes.
Beavers.
The Beavers offense explodes, I beg your pardon, as everybody kind of chimes in here in the 4th. Back with more after this.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
Time for another Hoffman Dental pitching change. Austin Dakar coming on here for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, making his first appearance for the Beavers this year. Everything else coming with the Utica Unicorns thus far.
Sort of been a tale of two pitches for Austin Dakar thus far. He's had a really sharp curveball that he's commanded pretty well. However, his fastball velocity has been a little bit down, and even more so than the velocity issue with the fastball has really been a command issue. He's had a lot of trouble throwing it for strikes on a regular basis.
So fastball, curveball, splitter. Splitter only used 5% of the time. For Dakar, his last outing was the 22nd, so a week ago today for the Unicorns. 1 inning, 1 hit, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. The walks have been an issue, certainly. 13 of them compared to just 16 strikeouts on the year. An elevated ERA of 6 through 12 innings. He will face Anthony Maselli, Jordan Pontius, and Antonio Torres here in the bottom of the 4th.
He gets his share of strikeouts, Dakar does. Certainly largely due to that breaking ball.
So here's Anthony Maselli. He had a single back in the 2nd inning. Good production by the bottom of the order thus far, although they've only batted once each. Him and Jordan Pontius have gotten reached base so far today. Triple for Pontius and an RBI. Fastball outside at 87 for Austin Dakar. Ball 2. Austin, the former New York Yankees prospect. Three and 0. 3-ball counts have been a problem for any pitcher that's come into this game.
With Dakar, we've seen him sort of will himself back by throwing the breaking ball more. He just seems more comfortable with that pitch. The fastball is just not, he starts to aim it, you know, when he's struggling with it, and the velocity in turn, you know, starts to come down, and he's been able to bring himself back just by relying on the curveball, but obviously that's a short-term solution. He needs to establish his fastball to make the next step going forward.
Jane Shoemaker comments on Facebook. Fabulous 4th for the Beavers. Austin Shoemaker still on the injured reserve right now. He's going for x-rays on Monday. This one up top. Pontius, triple back in the 2nd inning. Curveball inside, 2-0. So for Shoemaker, as of now, they think he has a bruised metacarpal and a sprained tendon. Goes back in for x-rays and an ultrasound, though, to check for torn ligaments and smaller fractures. That's all not great news. Sounds like it hurts pretty, pretty bad.
Hope his family already knows and we didn't just break it to him now. I'm sure they. I'm sure
he's been out for a little while,
yeah,
so I'm sure they do.
But we appreciate them tuning in, even when he's not playing.
Dipped inside 8 straight balls for Austin Dakar out of the bullpen here.
It might be time to go talk about it a little bit. And he is.
Some more stretching by a few guys down in the Beavers pen. They don't want to use any more arms than they have to.
Got yourself a nice 10-3 lead here. You don't want to walk guys and give them a chance to get back into it.
Certainly to the bottom of the order as well. When you have hitters like Miles Miller, Adam De La Cruz, Mahalik, Gray, and Grice, you don't want to turn it back to them if you don't have to.
And there's the curveball in. That's going to help him turn things around here if he just sticks with it for a little bit.
And there for strike 2.
I'm sure there's been a frustration to his outings, though, even though many of them have involved a lot of strikeouts. He's probably, I can only imagine, trying to reestablish that fastball and also his splitter, and he just hasn't really been able to do that yet.
A lot of tweaks through the delivery value system every week. 1-2 on Antonio Torres here. Ground ball to the first baseman, Ron Williams Jr., his first time up. Here's a 1-2. Low and outside.
Eventually the hoppers will start to just sit on the breaking ball, and it's going to become less effective.
Well, you're one swing of the bat away from a 3-run ball game. Antonio Torres has one of those high launch angles, one of the highest in the league, can get you back some runs with one swing. 2-2, fought it off. Saw him hit a grand slam and one of those double headers for the Unicorns at that point. Some scores around Major League Baseball. Tigers swept the doubleheader with the Twins here today. 4-2 victory in Game 2. Houston with a 4-2 win over the Oakland Athletics earlier today as well. More action in the Central Division. The Kansas City Royals defeating the Chicago White Sox 9-6. Phillies with a 4-1 win over the Atlanta Braves. New York did win a game here today, 2-1 over the Mets. They snapped their 7-game losing streak. Two and Antonio Torres now. Jay Happ with a really nice start for the Yankees. 7 innings, 3 hits, no runs, no walks, and 5 strikeouts. Chapman gets the win. Ottavino with the blown save. Here's the 2-2. So that was a comeback victory in the end. Tied 1-1. Going into the bottom of the 9th. Here's the full count delivery again. Into right field, a base hit. Around third and scoring is Anthony Maselli, and heading first to third is Jordan Pontius. And all of a sudden, squeaking to second base is Torres.
That's not really an ideal play by the Beavers there. When you've got a huge lead like this, you should just throw that ball back into second base and wait for the next hitter. You know, you don't need to airmail it like that to try to cut down that run. Now the guys moved up to second and third.
Bon Joshua making the slow walk out to Austin Dakar, maybe to buy some time for one of his relievers. Is that Wayman warming?
Torres really started to sit on the breaking ball there. He started to realize that the fastball wasn't going to come for a strike and was able to handle that one and drive it into right field for a base hit.
So they turn it back to the top of the order here in a 10-4 game. That is, in fact, Gavin Wayman warming up. Walk, single thus far for Austin Dakar. Slides outside. Curveball in for strike one. 2 4-pitch walks to Austin Dakar. Set up what's been a productive inning already for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. After they gave up a 6-piece in the top half. 2 more maybe scoring here. Wheatley gets to the ball but has no shots. And it's a 3-run game all of a sudden.
He's just pitching from behind too much and only has 1 pitch he can rely on right now. I have a feeling Bon Joshua's going to get him out of here pretty quick.
Here comes Adam De La Cruz now.
Starting to get to the meat of this order too.
Scott Hollis on Facebook asked, are they selling tickets to the public of the USPBL? You want to talk about that, Dan?
Sure. You know, there are some opportunities to buy some single game tickets. It really depends on the date, and as everyone knows, we're very restricted here with the attendance. But as Jeremy alluded to earlier, starting to get a real good sense for how many of our season ticket holders are coming to each game and which games they're coming to. And as a result of that, we're able to put a few single game tickets online. And you can find that at our schedule at uspbl.com. There is a button there on the schedule that says tickets. And that if you click on that, you'll be able to see if there's any single game tickets open for that particular game. So still is very restricted, but there are a few opportunities out there, which is terrific. We're happy to see some folks out here.
The car exits, Wayman enters when we get back.
From the very get-go in your major, you are doing things involved with your major. And they really do a good job with finding professors that not only know what they're talking about, but know how to teach what they're talking about.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
You get the intensive care from each professor. You get the interactions with different students both in and outside of your major.
There's always something happening on campus. There's always something to do. Go visit campus and really experience everything that campus has to offer. Once you do that, it makes up your mind for you.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
It's Amani Godfrey, actually, who takes over. Difference between 18 and 19, warming up in the bullpen here. So Godfrey will come in with 3 runs already in that has made it a tight game all of a sudden. 10-6 here in the bottom of the 4th inning after his Beavers put up 6 runs in the top half. Austin Dakar will not survive the 4th. He did not record an out, gave up 2 walks and 2 singles. He has Miles Miller on first base. Godfrey looking to shut the door here.
He's been effective in relief on multiple occasions. Has pitched a couple times in extra innings just recently. Last time out, wasn't locating a slider as well as we've normally seen, and that cost him a little bit. Only allowed 1 run to score in extra innings. It was just that, the international run that starts on second base. So wasn't a bad outing for him, but he really relies on locating that slider, which seems to be his out pitch, at least from what we've seen, and fairly limited work here so far.
Godfrey so far this year, 6.23 ERA through 7 appearances. Now 8. He has notched a save through 8 2/3 innings. 7 walks to 8 strikeouts. Fastball, curveball, changeup, slider. Curveball used the least. 2-seam fastball the most, with the slider coming behind it at 25% of the time. It's a messy line score so far throughout this game.
We get that a lot in those game 1 and doubleheaders, don't we?
De La Cruz going to make it messier potentially. This one dumped into left. First to third.
Oh, that was a very gutsy base running there.
Miles Miller does make it in time though, so second and third now with still no outs here in the 4th inning. And all the people on the chats calling for a big-time inning for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Their prayers have been answered. It's 10-6 with 2 runners in scoring position and still no outs. First pitch to Maselli floats outside at 88. Mahalik, I beg your pardon.
Base hit away from making this a 2-run game. Get awfully interesting.
Mahalik today, a walk in the 3rd and a strikeout in the 1st. Popped it up. That could be troubled on the line for Smith and everybody else going after it. It is just that.
Not the type of base hit to score 2 because of the way they had to hold in case it was caught, but they're going to keep the chains moving.
Miles Miller scores his 2nd run of the game. So single runs in the 3 previous innings offensively for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. 4 and counting, still with no outs here in the 4th. This is already their 7th man to the plate in Zach Gray.
With a base hit here, they'll potentially take away all 6 runs that the Beavers added in the top half, which if you're the Beavers, that's very discouraging when you have an inning like that to give them all back in the bottom half would be very discouraging.
Gray.
That's one.
Major league pop-up to the outfield. Going to do the job, though, as tagging up and scoring is Adam De La Cruz. Mahalik has to stay at second. And RBI number 17 on the year for Zach Gray. And it's only the first out of the inning. Nate Gray is looking to do some damage here. Runner on second base. One swing of the bat could tie this thing up. Trevor McKinley, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. And if he comes to the plate, they would have sent all 9 here in the 4th. After the Beavers did that in the top of this inning, they sent 10. Something we haven't seen a lot. 0-2 counts by anybody in this game. 5 arms in total. And just 4 in a 3rd inning. Grise coaxing his 6th walk of the year back in the 3rd inning. That was on a full count pitch. Struck out in a 2-2 pitch in the 1st. 1-2, popped him up. Williams Jr. running out of space as it floats into the cabana suite down there. Walk, walk, single. Single, double, double, sacrifice. Or would you call Mahalik's a double or a single?
Mahalik's I called a single.
I think I'm with you. Just kind of the extra advancement on the where the throw was put.
Right.
2-2 on Grise. Whatever it is, it's been a productive inning.
Very.
Runner moving to 3rd. Nobody kind of watching him, and he will get there as Grise strikes out for the 2nd out here in the 4th.
Don't think anyone was thinking about Mahalik stealing 3rd base.
Not sure he has a steal on the year.
3rd base is an easy one to steal because it's at second base. A lot of times, if you're not a typical base stealer, they forget about you.
Off the glove, Mahalik steaming home. He gets there with a slide, and it's 10-9.
Stealing 3rd pays off, which it doesn't often do in a 2-out situation, but it paid off there, and now they've completely erased the 6 runs from the top half of this inning. Incredible.
Unbelievable. Austin Dakar and Amani Godfrey having trouble throwing strikes and getting outs here in the 4th inning. It's 1-0 on Trevor McKinley. He is the only man not to join the party in some capacity here today, whether it's a run, an RBI, or a hit. 0 for 2 with 2 groundouts.
We're talking about 19 overall runs in 4 innings.
What's in store for game 2? I went outside 2-1 on McKinley. Here's the 2-1. Popped him up. This is going to reach the outfield. Into the glove for out number 3. The Beavers send 10 to the plate. The Hoppers say, wait, we're going to send 9 and erase all those runs. It's a 1-run ball game as we head to the 5th inning here on the USPBL Network.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Want to hit your home cleanup project out of the park? Well, making sure that your driveway is safe from damage Rent a rubber-wheeled trailer from GFL and keep all of your bases covered. Our trailers come in 20 and 30-yard sizes for all your cleanup needs. Call GFL today to order your driveway-safe rubber-wheeled trailer. Team GFL, helping you win your cleanup project.
And we're back with our senior spotlight. Of course, another grad from Warren Cousino High School. They've been very supportive here of the USPBL. Congrats to Grace Nochel. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. I'm sorry if I don't, but graduated with a 4.4 GPA. I'll be honest with you, I didn't even know that 4.4 was a thing. And she was the senior vice president and is attending Oakland University for nursing in the fall. Well, God bless you, Grace. Nursing is that is a hard profession and a very important one. So best of luck to you. We've got Quincy Jones on for the Hoppers. They're going to hand this one to him, and he'll try to keep it close here in the 5th and final inning of this first game of the doubleheader. Diamond Hoppers did a terrific job to climb back into this one, and for them to have a chance in the bottom half, Quincy will need to shut things down here in the top, which he has had a tendency to do. He's been a pretty reliable piece out of the bullpen. Member of the taxi squad, consistent strike thrower. Been a guy who's been very durable. Not an overpowering fastball, but a guy who throws strikes and has a pretty good breaking ball.
He has one goal, and that's to get through the inning. The way the pitching has been here today for both sides, they don't want to use any more than they have to at this point. Hoppers have only used 3 arms now, but still 3 in 5 innings is not a goal. Especially on a day where you're playing 2.
Well, mercifully in game 1 here we only play 5 innings, or else this one could have been a very long ballgame.
Joey Weimer started the rally back in the 4th inning. He walked. Off the glove inside, 2-0 on Joey here. The fastball at 86 for Quincy Jones. Weimer, Troyer, Elmer, Harris, Smith, and Williams all scoring in the 4th inning, which at that point made it 10-3. The Hoppers answered in a run we really didn't see coming. We maybe didn't expect them to go down completely quiet, but after that, Gray nearly made a basket catch down the first base line. Jeremy Otto alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring the call here today. Went to the bathroom in between innings. There's no bathroom here in the press box, and that wind just right in my face like I talked about earlier. Not as much of a factor on the field right now, but it seems like any time of the day, any time of the year, the concourse here in the upper level is always kind of that way. That hit him, but he swung, I believe, so that will be a strikeout for Joey Weimer, his 2nd of the day.
Adds insult to injury, I suppose. You should have been here in the winter up on the 3rd level there by the Founders Suites. Because of all the wind and combination of rain and wind and snow and everything, it was basically like an ice rink. For a while. Yeah, it was, you know, really thick ice for a period of time.
Here's Sam Troyer. Good day to be back for Sam at the plate. Double and an RBI in the 3rd and a single in the 1st. Didn't have a bad swing on his middle at bat either. Flew out to left. Picking up right where he left off after not being able to really hit it all with the cast.
Can't help but wonder if he did some one-arm drills with the bat. You know, with kind of a mini bat or a lighter bat or something.
helps you get through the ball, is it?
Yeah, you kind of work on the path of the bat with the one hand. His injury was with the left, correct? So with the right hand for him, he'd be working on top hand drills, sort of that punching motion that you make with your power hand, your top hand.
Punches that one to left for a base hit.
Sure looks good, doesn't he?
Can't get much better.
Certainly a player of the game candidate here for the first ball game if the Beavers can hang on to this one.
So Cuevas has a pair of walks. Before today, hasn't really drawn any. Literally, I mean, no walks, just 6 strikeouts. So that's part of his game that we haven't seen quite yet. (1-0). Line drive foul. That kind of got lost in the shadows. Hard to track points there. The other way, and it fights its way through. Troyer trying to go first to third. That's a good arm from McKinley. He will thread its way through, but Troyer will reach third base. Speaking of slugging, the Chicago White Sox here today with a home run by Edwin Encarnacion have recorded the Major League record for home runs in a single month by an organization. 52 home runs in August.
Wow. Now that is a ballpark built for home run hitters, but they really do have a good offensive club.
Those flags are always moving, it seems like. What do they call it? Is it still U.S. Cellular Field, or have they changed it since?
No, it's a guaranteed rate. Guaranteed rate field.
Also the 420th home run of Edwin's career.
Not one of the better ballparks in the league. It was really the first one built kind of the new era there in the early 90s, but they just didn't quite get anything special about it. It's just a little bit plain and still.
You know what the launch angle was in that home run? 39 degrees.
Really?
And an expected batting average of just 130 per StatCast.
Wow.
Interesting.
Does that mean he just really hit the heck out of it? I'm sure the exit speed was
97.
Okay.
Swing and a miss. 2 outs here in the 5th inning because of the strikeout. Jose Abreu has a 12-game hitting streak, able to extend 11-12 here today.
They've got a real tough middle of their order there. Obviously they're going to hit a lot of home runs.
Leads the American League with 11 home runs in this shortened season. What would the benchmark be? 20, I guess?
Yeah, that's a good question. Probably.
If you're going off that.
20 would be a lot. What's that, similar to 50-something? Regular season?
Yeah, I guess that is a high ceiling.
But in the same sense, you just don't know really what to expect out of a 60-game season. If a guy gets hot, it means more than getting hot in a longer season.
Runners on first and third here with 2 outs. Trying to have our first clean inning in terms of runs on the day. Is that possible?
Quincy Jones is sort of a Mr. Reliable to some degree out there. It's like take 2 Tylenol and call me in the morning. You know, you put him out there, you can count on a certain consistency, I think. He doesn't blow the ball by you, but he gives you a good chance to have a manageable inning.
Hoppers would love to keep it right here and possibly walk it off or tie it in the 5th. Maselli, Pontius, Torres up, but that's who started the rally in the 4th.
Right.
Walk single against Austin Dakar. Here's a 2-2 way high. There is no action currently in the Beavers bullpen, so I think they're hoping that Godfrey can close it out.
They'd love a AAA insurance run here.
That they would. Harris has had some good swings here today, but that one fought off inside on the slider, and Quincy Jones able to strike out the side. So despite 2 one-out singles, keeps the game right where it is. We'll see what's in store in the bottom of the 5th. It's been a wild one.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Giving you so much more. Hollywood supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store. Hollywood supermarkets. Giving you so much more. Hollywood supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Amani Godfrey trying to close this one out here in the 5th. He has 7, 8, 9 coming up. Brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. Anthony Maselli, Jordan Pontius, Antonio Torres. That is the bottom of the order, but Dan, they've only recorded 1 out here today and have accounted for 4 of the 9 runs scored by the Hoppers.
Well, this at-bat specifically is incredibly important. Anthony Maselli is a leadoff type guy. He can run a little bit, and if he gets on base, there's a good chance for the Hoppers to tie this ball game.
Xavier Warren, Jake Hoover, Greg Vaughn Jr. available off the bench if need be.
I wouldn't be, super shocked to see Warren hit for Pontius. That's something that wouldn't surprise me a whole lot.
Two and 0 on Maselli. So he scored 2 runs today, a walk and a single. Has been ahead in the count each time. Way ahead here in a 3-run venture in the 5th. Almost looked like he was taking all the way there.
Wouldn't surprise me. He may have been, just given the situation.
Seen a lot of 3-2 counts, 3-0 counts, 3-1 counts by every pitcher that's coming in this game so far. Got him to pop it up. Troyer goes a long way and loses his cap, but catches it for out number 1.
That is a big out for Godfrey right there.
Jordan Pontius, the scheduled hitter, will come up, and it looks like Torres will shift to the on-deck circle here. Inside at 90 miles an hour there. Here's the 1-0. Strike 1. So this game going to be 2 hours plus.
Yeah, for a 5-inning game.
1-2, fly ball to center. Weimer tracks it well for out number 2. Now just one away from getting out of this thing with a win. That's quite the win in general, given all the things that these two teams have had to go through. Torres with a ground out in the second and a single and an RBI in the fourth. Everybody back with the exception of Troyer, who's slightly in at third with his lefty at the dish. Certainly a guy who could tie it up with one swing of the bat. Just has a 172 average coming into play, but when he hits it, he runs into it. The 2-0.
Ooh.
Looking for it.
Yeah, he was going for a tie ball game there. He has sort of an all or nothing type swing. A little bit of a guess hitter.
Now Monty Godfrey and the Beavers 1 strike away from sealing a victory here in game number 1. Waiting on the 2-2, some hesitation, the pitch outside. He does that here and again.
Yeah, that was not his usual windup.
Did that a little bit earlier in this inning as well with 2 strikes, I believe, on Anthony Maselli. Here's the 3-2 again. Spoiled to left and into the glove of Troyer. Troyer has a good game defensively and certainly at the plate as well. 10-9, your final score in this wild game, Dan.
That one was a circus. They tried to give it back and forth several times. Got to give the Hoppers a lot of credit for not giving up, though, to give up 6 runs in the top half of that 4th inning and then come back and get all 6 of those runs back. That's not an easy feat.
The Beavers have already swept 2 doubleheaders this season. Can they do it again? We'll see in just a little bit. We're going to send it to some USPBL programming. Game 2 coming up shortly.
As we continue to respond to COVID-19 in our communities, Ascension Michigan is with you in this, and we are doing what matters to keep you safe in our care. At our hospitals and sites of care across the state, Ascension Michigan has additional safeguards in place. We are limiting visitors, ensuring proper social distancing in our waiting rooms, offering more online visits, and performing rigorous procedures to clean and disinfect. Our care teams are delivering babies and performing surgery. Now more than ever, it's important not to delay your health care. Schedule your appointments. Make sure children are getting their vaccinations. And if you have an emergency, don't wait. Go straight to your closest Ascension ER. Thank you for continuing to protect yourself and our community by washing your hands, wearing a face covering, and social distancing. Our doctors, nurses, and staff are ready for you when you need us. This is what we do best.
From the very get-go in your major, you are doing things involved with your major. And they really do a good job with finding professors that not only know what they're talking about, but know how to teach what they're talking about.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
You get the intensive care from each professor. You get the interactions with different students both in and outside of your major.
There's always something happening on campus. There's always something to do. Go visit campus and really experience everything that campus has to offer. Once you do that, it makes up your mind for you.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Randy Dobnak, play for the Minnesota Twins. I'm a right-handed pitcher from Pittsburgh, PA. Baseball's been a part of my life ever since I can remember, and hopefully it continues to be like that, because I love the game. It's been my whole life, really. I started when I was 4, and that was the only year I played with my brother, actually. He was 8, I was 4. In college, we had maybe 20 kids, parents that come to games. We have like one little bleacher. Jim Etienne called me, who I played with his son in college, and he called me and said, "Hey, we got a spot for you." I was like, "All right, I'll be there." Playing in a stadium like that with a crowd was pretty cool. My mindset was, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to throw strikes, compete against these guys. Skip wanted to ease me into it. I think I threw 1 or 2 innings, went well, slowly progressed into more and more innings, and then my last game I went all 9. Threw a complete game. I think I gave up 2 runs, it was a 2-run home run. After that game, I felt really good, and I threw pretty well. And then, like 2 days later, that's when they called me and told me. So I think that game, changed everything for me. It's definitely been a crazy year for sure. At the start of the year in high, I knew a lot of those guys. I played with them last year, or I played with them in the past. Playing with them was normal. When I got to Double-A, I knew, give or take, maybe 5-10 guys. And then when I got to Triple-A, I knew like 1 guy, because all these guys are older and they've been around for a while. I got there, I'm like, wow, I know nobody here. They probably don't know who I am, and they've all been pretty supportive. Everybody roots for each other because they want everybody to move up. We were in the clubhouse in Rochester in AAA, and I was sitting there in a chair just watching TV on my phone or whatever. Skip comes over, Dobnak, I want to talk to you. And I had like a weird feeling in my stomach all day. I don't know why, just things were happening. I'm like, something's weird. And he calls me in. Basically, I go to his office, and he's like, go to the big leagues. And I was kind of like, really? I was kind of in shock, and then he announced it to the whole team, and everybody congratulated me and stuff like that. It was a pretty awesome moment for sure. Word started getting around. People started contacting me. My phone was blowing up for like 3 days straight.
Quite a story with Dobnak being signed out from the Utica Unicorns of the United Shore Professional Baseball League, a Detroit suburban professional league. And it looks like he's just retired his first big league hitter.
It was unbelievable. I never would have thought it would be like that, but stuff happened.
He's got his parents, his fiance here, and his fiance's parents. Wow, look at that pitch.
Physically, it's all the same game I've always played since I was younger. just different stages. Emotionally, I don't really let my emotions get the best of me. I think that's also helped me out to just stay calm and composed. Going out there just competing against those guys. This is my 20th year of baseball, but it's just like a bigger stage, but it's always the same game. Nothing's changed, just more people in the stands, and the guys are a little better.
The Minnesota Twins made his major league debut, and then just last week picked up his first major league save. We're excited, proud, and honored to have him with us today. The Ratified USPBL Success Board from the Minnesota Twins, Randy Dobnik.
Going back there for the first time in 2 years was pretty special, just to see how everything is. Everything's relatively the same, all the guys.
I mean, it's been an unbelievable experience. 2 years ago, I never would have thought I would be where I am today, and I'm speechless for how, given the opportunity that they've given me to jumpstart my career, it's been unbelievable.
It was pretty awesome to go back and see just where it all started. It's a younger league, so most of the guys are coming out of college or they had been with affiliated ball and they got released, and so they want another opportunity. And they had like workouts in the morning to work on developing stuff, and they have their own DVS system. Having all the workouts and stuff, I think, helps develop the guys to get stronger and compete better. Jim Essing, he left me and my buddy 2 tickets to go to a game, and that was my first time ever at Comerica Park. I thought it was pretty awesome. I never would have thought 2 years later I'd be actually playing there, let alone pitching there the other night. So that was pretty cool to think about. I looked up to where I was sitting under the Pepsi sign in right field. I was like, wow, I was there 2 years ago. I can't give enough thanks to the USPBL, Jim Essing for getting me into that league, the Twins for giving me the opportunity to get where I am today. I never would have thought 2 years ago, let alone what's happened this year, that I would be where I am today. And without them, I don't know what I'd probably be sitting at a desk right now doing taxes or something. But yeah, it's been an incredible ride. For the guys that are playing, just don't give up your dream. Keep chasing it. Stay true to yourself and don't change who you are. Compete. Don't give in to anybody. Once you establish that, and you'll convince yourself that you have the chance and you'll have the opportunity to.
A scoreless first, big league inning on 8 pitches.
You can be consistent with everything. Success is going to come your way. Just keep doing what they've been doing, and hopefully an opportunity arises for them. If that ever happens, just take that opportunity and run with it.
Last year, Belfour did 114,000 different jobs around the world. We've been to floods, fires, tornado sites, earthquakes, where people have lost everything. Yes, your homes can be rebuilt, and yes, your businesses will be rebuilt, but most importantly, your lives will be rebuilt. There's nothing that we cannot fix, and we believe that.
It's our pictures.
To me, that's Belfour. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Jack had mentioned Dobnik's kind of rise to the major leagues, and it was not necessarily unprecedented, just unexpected. Drove for both Uber and Lyft, received some good ratings there, better ratings at Utica in the United Shore Professional Baseball League. So signed to a minor league deal with Minnesota in August of 2017. And this year he has really found his way on that pitching staff. Last year started 5 times. Hasn't had his good stuff here today. And Minnesota's got the bullpen working a little bit.
And it's Lewis Thorpe, the left-hander, getting ready. Yeah, Shep, if you're Randy Dobnik, you really got to thank a guy named Jim Eschian. Jim Eschian was a catcher back in kind of a backup catcher, played for Oakland, several other teams. And he was the coach over there at Utica. His son played with Randy in Division II college baseball, and he saw Randy pitch, and he was in desperate need of a pitcher in Utica. So he called up Dobnik and asked him if he wanted to come out and try to pitch for him. And he said, sure, you know, this driving stuff isn't working out real well for me. Took another chance, right? Went out there and within a couple weeks was throwing the ball in the mid-90s, and scouts started looking at him. The Twins signed him after just a couple outings. So it's a real feel-good story.
Jim Eschian is from Detroit, by the way.
Good guy.
3-1 to Goodrum on the inside rail. Eschian, by the way, played for Oakland and Philadelphia, the White Sox, Cleveland, and Seattle in his career. 13 years. Guy spends that long in the show.
Has a good feel for talent, I would think, especially catchers.
Absolutely. Right on.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Detroit Mercy really models a value-based education. They focus a lot on service, which provides so many different experiences and opportunities that allows us to tie in everything we learn, how to apply that outside of the class.
There are a number of different programs that we're a part of to help bring the community back and revitalize the city of Detroit. Doing service with the community really helps bring Detroit Mercy outside of the gates and to everyone.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
With us, you can expect something more. More guidance.
Do you trust me, Mom?
More dedication. More commitment. So you can celebrate today and be prepared for tomorrow. Insurance through AAA. Expect something more.
They call it the 1,000-year flood. They were having homes and businesses flooded, and roads were being washed out.
My entire house is going to be flooded. Okay, do you have a second story?
A lot of fear that we were going to lose a lot of people. When we heard the police station was flooded, we immediately gave them our command center to operate out of.
Belfour was our savior. Sheldon and his team restored 25 of our businesses and more than 1,500 residences.
At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
All the opportunities I've been given, I would not have been able to get at bigger universities.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
So much preparation for the future.
I couldn't imagine being anywhere else.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new, efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
Last year, Belfour did 114,000 different jobs around the world. We've been to floods, fires, tornado sites, earthquakes, where people have lost everything. Yes, your homes can be rebuilt, and yes, your businesses will be rebuilt, but most importantly, your lives will be rebuilt. There's nothing that we cannot fix, and we believe that.
It's our pictures.
To me, that's Belfour. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
The difference that we bring to pediatric care isn't just the fact that we care deeply about our patients and want to partner with their parents in delivering the best care for their children, because a lot of pediatricians can deliver great care. What we do differently at Campground Pediatrics is we offer a different environment to deliver that care, and we offer personal service in a way that many practices can't.
It's the Lincoln Summer Invitation Sales Event going on now at Crest Lincoln. Schedule your remote experience today or visit us here and learn what it means to have vehicle ownership on your terms.
Find some peace this summer in the luxury of the 2020 Lincoln Nautilus. Lease today for only $359 per month. Or drive in comfort and style in the 2020 Lincoln Continental. Lease today for only $361 per month.
Make a summer memory today. Visit us at Crest Lincoln in Sterling Heights or shop now at crestlincoln.com.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
Hi, I am Allison with the Sports Performance Tip of the Game, brought to you by DMC Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. With so many options to choose from for a drink after a strenuous workout, which would you choose from? A, chocolate milk, B, a sports drink, or C, a soda? Well, if you said chocolate milk, you are correct. Chocolate milk is packed with carbohydrates and proteins and is a great option to replenish the fuel needed after a very hard workout or competition. It has double the value of a lot of the normal water or sports drinks and is a great option. Within 15 to 20 minutes after your workout is a very important time to replenish the fuel and set you up for success for that next training session. So don't forget to reach for a nice cold glass of chocolate milk after your workout.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Want to hit your home cleanup project out of the park? Well, making sure that your driveway is safe from damage? Rent a rubber-wheeled trailer from GFL and keep all of your bases covered. Our trailers come in 20 and 30-yard sizes for all your cleanup needs. Call GFL today to order your driveway-safe rubber-wheeled trailer. Team GFL, helping you win your cleanup project.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Giving you so much more. Hollywood Supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store. Hollywood Supermarkets, giving you so much more. Hollywood Supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
From the very get-go in your major, you are doing things involved with your major. And they really do a good job with finding professors that not only know what they're talking about, but know how to teach what they're talking about.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
You get the intensive care from each professor. You get the interactions with different students both in and outside of your major.
There's always something happening on campus. There's always something to do. Go visit campus and really experience everything that campus has to offer. Once you do that, it makes up your mind for you.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Last year, Belfour did 114,000 different jobs around the world. We've been to floods, fires, tornado sites, earthquakes, where people have lost everything. Yes, your homes can be rebuilt, and yes, your businesses will be rebuilt, but most importantly, your lives will be rebuilt. There's nothing that we cannot fix, and we believe that.
It's our pictures.
To me, that's Belfour. At Belfour, we're restoring more.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field under the light of the moon here today. The sun's starting to set. Big time offensive show in game one. Ended up in a 10-9 final in favor of the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Take a look at their lineup here for game two. It's Riles at the top. Jalen Smith, a late sub for Freddie Geely. Still feeling the issue of that deep tissue bruise after getting hit the other day. Joey Weimer, Sam Troyer, Cameron Comer, 3 through 6. It's Cuevas, Ron Williams Jr., Romero Harris, and Brett Elmer at the bottom as they face Noah Goetze's here today. You take a look at the Diamond Hoppers defense. It's Vaughn, Miller, McKinley. In the outfield, De La Cruz and Gray in the corners. Pontius and Hoover up the middle, and Xavier Warren catching the balls and strikes here today in game number 2. Pitcher comparison brought to you by Denzo. These guys have been pretty good this year, Dan.
They both have. Normally when Noah Goetze is starting a game, you feel pretty good about that side. You know, Chrisman is just one of those guys. I mean, he's probably top 2 or 3 in the league overall and has been just about as dependable as you can be. Besides Ty Hensley, he's probably been number 2 as far as dependable starters. So we could have a good matchup on our hands here. Goatsies is he's a big-time strikeout guy. He's going to sit a lot of guys down.
First pitch of game 2 at 8:08 p.m. And for a ball outside. Riles available off the bench. In game 1 did not play. Nobody subbed in. Well, both Noah Goetzies and Garrett Chrisman, 2 guys that like to catch it and fire it.
Suppose we could use that after a 2 hour plus 5 inning game.
No doubt about it. 2-2.
Oh,
Xavier Warren
not
thought
so fast.
it would be a strikeout, but no.
Not so fast, Xavier.
88-mile-per-hour fastball with some real good spin, nearly 2,500 on the RPMs. Here's the full count delivery. Gray surrounding it, feeds over to Goatsies. That's for out number 1. Tonight's game presented by Everest Academy and Everest Collegiate High School and Academy located in Clarkston. We are pleased to welcome preschool through 12th grade students back to campus beginning Tuesday, September 8th. Always higher, always here for you. It's a quaint little campus in Clarkston, Michigan. Been there once. Jalen Smith, Joey Weimer at the top of the lineup in game 2 here for Von Joshua's team. It's a little chilly outside.
Relatively speaking, compared
to what we've been dealing with. 1-1, popped him up. Third base side, De La Cruz looking at foul. .72 degrees here at game time of game number 2, 10-mile-an-hour winds. 15 miles an hour and blowing out towards right center to start game 1. That was certainly a factor. Maybe pushed a few balls out towards the gaps. 2-2 here on Jalen Smith. So Goatsies on the season, 7th start, 2.25 ERA, 24 innings, 14 walks compared to 26 strikeouts. And that one going to fight its way into center field. Able to land that one off the curve.
Attention fans, wiffle ball will be happening in the Henry Ford Macomb Kids Zone for the next hour.
Joey Weimer, the center fielder, got the scoring started in the first inning for the Beavers last game. 2 walks, 2 runs scored, 2 strikeouts. So his walk to K ratio stays the same.
I guess so.
5 walks on the year compared to 10 Ks now for Joey. 265 average, which has dipped a little bit this week. Goatsies, 6 foot tall, 185 pounds, 24-year-old right-handed pitcher. Speeding his way to second base here is Smith. Sounds like some fireworks in the distance.
I hope it was fireworks. Not thunder or something of that nature. We're not expecting any of that, I don't think.
Maybe that triggers Joey Weimer to get his first extra base hit. Or another walk. This one inside for strike 1. No extra base hits and just 2 steals for a guy who Had 20+ several years in college at the University of Cincinnati at the Division I level. Strike two. Goatse's in his outing in the 21st. 5 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 3 walks, 7 Ks. Through 82 pitches, his high on the year. Full count delivery is sprayed foul. He thought that his 2-seamer and his 4-seamer and cutter all worked well together in the last game.
It's really tough as a hitter to face all 3 of those pitches because one tails away from you if you're a right-hander, one tails into you, and one kind of rides up in the zone. So and they're all similar speeds.
In there for strike 3, so back from 3-0 to a strikeout for Noah Goatse's for the second out here in the first frame. That looked like the cutter from Noah Goatse's. Ranges usually from 87 to 88. That one at 86. Uses that 21% of the time throughout his outings so far. Sam Troyer looks at a ball inside. What a start for Sam Troyer, fresh off the injured reserve list.
Von Joshua says, "Where have you been all my life?"
In a cast, throwing BP. 1-0 is in for strike 1.
He's getting comfortable with that cutter early in this ballgame. Throwing it for strikes.
Single, double, single for Troyer in game 1. A 5-inning game. He got 4 at-bats. Not bad. Hit 6, 7, and 8 on the year. In his small sample size, beginning things. Made contact with the ball when he swung 85% of the time. Does so here as that bounces to Gray and a run will score. Jalen Smith crosses the plate. And that might be all that Garrett Christman needs.
Right, exactly. You know, Zach Gray is a plus defender over there at first base, but I just always felt like when there's a base runner coming around third base like that, you just need to err on the side of keeping that ball in front of you. Especially one like that. It's got a lot of steam on it. It's skipping, and that's a really tough ball to scoop, and I just think you need to come off the bag and knock that down.
They have not ruled error hit. Now it's a hit as Troyer again diving head first. His second slide like that here today.
Should be probably a hit and an error, shouldn't it?
I would think so. Cam Comer did not play in game 1. It's Antonio Torres. Or check that, Brett Elmer catching for the Beavers. He was supposed to have game 2 off, but now he is the designated hitter. Fly ball to right center field. That's driving Miller back to the track. Stretches out, and he made the catch out there. Through the tumble. Saves a run ultimately and snags the third out.
Showed a lot of range there.
Cameron Comer, who's been swinging a hot bat, is robbed of another hit here.
Hi, I'm Jerry Kozak. This is my son Jason from Kozak's Mr. Muffler.
We've been family owned and operated since 1988. We operate our business with honesty and integrity. We're a full service auto repair facility. We have 4 locations in the Metro Detroit area to serve you: Macomb Township, Sterling Heights, Warren, and Royal Oak. At Kozak's Mr. Muffler, we focus on quality. That's why we're giving you a lifetime warranty. Something that the industry does not have. You will not find it at any other auto repair facility.
Hi, I'm Dean Morris, the District Manager of Mr. Muffler Corporation. We have 4 locations to serve your automotive needs.
Hi, I'm Justin, manager here at Mr. Muffler in Warren. Honesty and integrity is what our work is based on. Please come down for a free inspection today.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm assistant manager here at the Macomb location. Come by and see us sometime.
Hi, my name is Eric, and I'm the manager here at the Macomb location.
Hi, I'm Brian Wilson, Sterling Heights, Mr. Muffler. I'm the manager, home of the lifetime warranty. Come and see us anytime.
We'd love to take care of any of your auto repair needs.
Check the defense, check the lineup, sponsored by AAA. Defense in the second, Miles Miller leading it off, Adam De La Cruz, followed by Xavier Warren, Zach Gray, Riley Mahalik, and Greg Vaughn Jr. in the middle. It's McKinley, Hoover, and Pontius here in game 2. The defense behind Garrett Crispin here today already has a run to work with. Riles, Weimer, and Harris in the outfield. It's Troyer, Williams, Smith, and Cuevas in the infield, with Comer completing the battery here tonight. Well, if it's anything like his last start, the Beavers could be in a very good spot already.
They could. That could be enough.
7 innings on the 22nd, a week ago today. 3 hits, no runs, 2 walks and 6 strikeouts, and an efficient 103 pitches, his high this season.
He's one of those pitchers that you just don't necessarily know why he's shutting you out all the time. You know, it's not like he's got a 97-mile-an-hour fastball or a devastating curveball or something like that, but he just commands all of his pitches, and he mixes them up well, has a good changeup that he gets a lot of guys out front on, and gets a lot of swings and misses with it too.
And that's
not his typical start there.
Just hit Miles Miller. Trying to hop out of the way of it athletically there, but he can't. So Adam De La Cruz set up with a runner on to begin this first inning. What's this doubleheader without some base runners? There was no such thing as a clean inning in game 1.
Right. That 4th inning was one for the ages.
10 batters and then 9 batters in total.
12 runs, is that right? 4th inning? 6 and 6?
Yep. Popped him up. That's going to spoil its way foul. It's the first batter Crispin has hit this year as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I certainly don't recall any.
We've had stretches in this season where we've just seen batters plunked left and right.
Yeah, early on it was multiple every game.
There was a couple days in a row, 2 separate weeks, I think, that was happening for whatever reason. De La Cruz set down on strikes here for the first out and the first. Here comes Xavier Warren now. Not playing the first game, but catching here in game 2. Maybe a little surprised we didn't see him pinch hit at some point with the bottom of the order due up in crunch time in the bottom of the 5th for this Hopper squad, who lost by 1, as he'll create the second out. Just not maybe seeing pitches as best as he can early on in his USPBL career.
I agree. You know, he started out swinging a pretty good bat, but lately it just hasn't been there. He's taken his walks, though. You know, he's found his way on base a decent amount, but not seeing the ball real well. Catching has a tendency to do that, too. Probably putting a lot of effort into his defense right now.
First pitch to Zach Gray, in for a strike. Gray in game 1 reached on an error in the first inning, then Sent a screamer to first base, 91-mile-per-hour line drive, gloved by Ron Williams Jr. He was able to step on the bag to complete a double play, and then had a sac fly and an RBI in his last AB. The swing is maybe a little bit bigger than Gray would like. He's more of a line drive, gap-to-gap hitter this year compared to where he was last year. On the ground, first base side, Williams Jr.
Nice play.
Bodies that up like a catcher. He has Zach Gray's numbers so far here tonight. Freaky Fast Trivia presented by Jimmy Johns.
Can I go 2 for 2?
We'll see.
Can I sweep the doubleheader? What song named after a girl was performed by Rod Stewart? Not Layla, Maggie May. Maggie May. I'm going to go with Maggie May. Final answer, D. Maggie May.
You got it.
All right.
Rod the Bod.
Yes. My dad was a bit of a Rod Stewart fan. I think that's where I picked that one up from.
My mom was, so there you go.
I don't usually sweep the doubleheader with the classic rock. That's I think that might be a first for me this year.
Just luck, or?
Yeah, I happen to know those two today.
Oh,
what was the first one again? This one was Rod Stewart. The first one was about. I'm drawing a blank now.
Me too. It seems like so long ago.
It was a long time ago. 3 hours ago. Oh, it was "Carry On My Wayward Son." That's right.
There you go.
1976. Thank you.
That's Christian Gibbons, our director here today. Jeremiah Hergot, our producer, and all our fine cameramen working overtime in the doubleheader here today. Teresa Doan has checked in on Facebook. She says, "Come on, Hoppers."
Teresa Doan, former vice president in the USPBL. Not sure if I've seen Teresa in the ballpark yet this year. We'll have to get her out to a game. She may have gone to one, but I spend all my time here in the booth with you now, Jeremy, so I don't really know.
Sounds kind of like you don't enjoy it.
I'm not used to being at baseball games and sitting in the same spot the entire time. That's a new one for me.
That's why he's standing up right now.
Right, standing up and rocking back and forth.
And I found that I need to improve my posture with, especially in some of these doubleheaders. So slap me if I start to slouch.
At least we got a nice booth now. When we were sitting in the seats in the grandstand there, we had posture problems.
They made fun of us for that. But we literally, we would go, to the next day and our legs would hurt.
Right.
They still don't believe, I don't think, but 1-0 pitch is inside Cesar Cuevas here. Cesar, Ron Williams Jr., Romero Harris, your Zach Hart agency, 3 men due up. Is this easier or harder than you thought it would be?
Broadcast?
Yeah.
It involves a lot more preparation than I would have realized. Pre-game preparation, and the color man spot certainly doesn't do as much as and JJ just took off down the line there. Look at that.
He got the bat.
The play-by-play spot even more so than the color man spot, I'm sure, but it definitely requires more preparation and also reflection after each game to really be ready to do it properly. Can't just sit there and watch the game and talk about stuff. And probably half our viewers are saying, Dan doesn't sound like he's all that prepared.
All right, everybody give Dan a grade, A, B, C, D on the
Please
chat.
Don't. Please don't.
No, he's... Hey, you can grade me, too. I got tough skin. I've had some...
I'll need to be graded on a curve.
This one fouled off. 0-2 on Ron Williams Jr. I don't think it's ever easy for an athlete or a coach or anybody kind of in a different scene in athletics to step away and do this, as this one is blocked in the dirt by Xavier Warren.
Yeah, it's certainly done, across the major sports too, and I'm sure all those athletes and coaches and whatnot that get into it, there's probably a lot of surprises that they weren't expecting.
Another runner in scoring position here for the Beavers. Trying to add to their 1-0 lead here. That's spoiled towards the dugout. Look out. Paul Nochi camped out outside of the dugout, coaching from a chair, has to duck his head.
Also, I think everyone here with the league, whether you're on the production side or the baseball side or anything, it's unusual to be working for 4 teams, you know, as opposed to 1. That's certainly a difference from most situations in baseball. Even throughout the minor leagues, you're really only dealing with 1 team, and obviously in the major leagues that's the case.
And sometimes you just have to question, what inning is it? You know, whether it's the top or the bottom, because there is no, I mean, there's a home team,
yeah,
but
everybody's your team.
You're not at a ballpark, so it's not apparent in terms of, you know, the Beavers Park or the Hoppers Park. Right. 1-2 is whittled foul. Certainly everything with the taxi squad early on in this year made it interesting for us trying to keep tabs, but those rosters settling down now. Trying to ramp up some more competitiveness as well among these guys. Here's the 1-2 from Goatse's runner in motion. Good throw by Warren. Maybe, I thought it was a little bit more on target than that, seeing it off his arm. But he released it maybe a little bit too soon.
Yeah, he released it a little, yeah, it was too soon. It was high, as you said. It was a really nice rolling lead there by Cuevas. He really kept his feet moving nicely, and they really weren't paying great attention to him over there.
It is the first strikeout here in the second inning for Noah Goatse, second overall. He got Joey Weimer looking back in the first inning as well. First pitch to Romero Harris. Snuck low and in at 89 miles an hour. Jeremy Otto alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring in the call here tonight. So glad you could tune in to the USPBL network. Perfect night for baseball. Some spirited fans in attendance here today in the grandstands. Quite a few of them here today. Just depends on where they're kind of sprinkled in, whether it be the suites or the diamond tables. 2-0 on Harris. The pitch popped him up. To the left side of the infield, De La Cruz and Hoover converging. De La Cruz had to run a country mile to record out number 2.
As it turned out, that should have been Gray's ball, really.
Who would have thunk? Is there still some wind maybe swirling up there?
That's one of those things when you record it in the scorebook, it doesn't really make sense for that to be a pop-up to the third baseman.
I think we can add another state to the fold here. Allison Steinmetz says she's watching from Mississippi.
All right.
There we go. Allison, any... oh, there you go.
Yeah,
there's our state map. Wow, look at that, right on cue.
I love it.
Can we see that again, guys? These are the amount of states that people have watched in.
And countries there on the far left.
Yeah. Here's the 1-0 to Elmer. There you go. So where's North Dakota and South Dakota and Wyoming and Montana? You guys need to catch up here. Colorado, Utah, New Mexico. Yeah, anything you guys can do at home.
Well, we knocked out Hawaii and Alaska.
We did. Anything you guys can do to share these streams will ensure that our reach continues to grow. One and two on Brett Elmer. 2 outs here in the second inning. The pitch on the ground to Pontius. Rolls up for out number 3, and good job by Noah Goatse to strand the leadoff walk. Strikeout, pop out, ground out in order. And it's still 1-0 in favor of the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Time for your DTE Energy Kid Race. The mascots here in Game 2. It's Ribby going out there.
Ribby gives you a good effort. Oh no, Ribby's stretching now. He's copying after Buzz from last game.
So do you count that as a victory for Buzz, or?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think the young man was happy with his performance. He went right where he wanted to go. So
blows right by him.
Oh, Ribby's moving along pretty good here. That young man just happens to be pretty fast. I mean,
look at that hat flapping.
Yeah, I mean,
and he says, "Hey, I almost got it."
Ribby gave that a pretty good effort. That was just a pretty fast young man there.
Well, we'll see if the Chevy cars came up with the same effort later in the game. More after this.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
Jeremy and Dan back with you here. Sandy Comer comments on YouTube, says the Comers are watching from Bridgeport, West Virginia. Sue Martin says watching from Georgia. Let's go Hoppers.
Did we already have those on our map?
I believe Georgia was there. I'm not totally sure about West Virginia. This one in for strike one. You going to start singing John Denver? Or? Let's see. I think Jeremiah texted us the picture here. West Virginia was actually not on the map, so add that one too.
Add West Virginia.
Georgia was. But we welcome anybody and everybody from any country, from any state.
Well, we've got about, what, 20 games left, so we can find a way. We're going to find a way to knock out all those states.
Greg Vaughn Jr. hitting sixth. The left fielder here in game two. Garrett Crispin in the first inning hit the first batter he saw. That was kind of a surprise, but it wasn't a surprise that he virtually got them 1-2-3 after. Strikeout, pop out, ground out.
How about Greg Vaughn Jr. with the .189 batting average, but a .434 on base? I mean, that's about as much of a differential as you're ever going to see.
The walks. 13 of them for Vaughn Jr. compared to 14 strikeouts. And that always wasn't that way. He was striking out at a much higher clip to begin the year.
I have to believe they're going to start falling for him a little bit more often. I think that average is going to get up.
In there for strike three. 2 up and 2 down here in the second. And here's Trevor McKinley now. McKinley back in right field here tonight for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
High heat.
89, swing and a miss. And high heat with some spin, too. And it's not just your ordinary straight fastball. So it probably looks like it's a little bit lower in the zone when it starts. That one popped to left, and boy, what a 1-2-3 breeze of an inning for Garrett Crispin. I'm not sure he even dropped a bead of sweat.
He won't need any water when he gets back.
Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
With us, you can expect something more. More guidance.
Do you trust me, Mom?
More dedication. More commitment. So you can celebrate today and be prepared for tomorrow. Insurance through AAA. Expect something more.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
TJ Riles, Jalen Smith, and Joey Weimer, your Zach Hart agency men on deck to begin this third inning here. It's Noah Goetzies. He allowed a leadoff walk in the second and then struck out Williams. Got Romero Harris to pop out and coaxed the ground ball off the bat of Brett Elmer. It was the one-out single by Jalen Smith that ended up scoring in the first. That's why it's 1-0 Beavers, with Garrett Crispin showing no signs of slowing down after his 7-inning, 3-hit outing a week ago. Riles led off the game with a ground ball to first. Came in 7 for 35. Does have 5 swipes on the year on the base pass. Here's the 2-1. Outside.
Feels like he looks to go every time he's out there pretty much, as long as there's nobody in front of him.
We'll see if he does here. Put that theory to the test. Sarah Hartman on YouTube says, watching from Indianapolis. Let's go Beavers. And Sam Troyer, 23. The win again is whipping that flag a little bit more feverishly here in the third. Jalen Smith trying to continue his good day.
He is having a nice day. It's one of the better days we've seen him have, I think.
3 for 4 in the doubleheader. 2 singles and a home run. He has scored every time he's been on base. And I think this is more of the Jalen Smith that they expected coming into this year. At least in stretches, maybe not consistently, but now the 1-1. Riles is moving, got way under that one, and is going to float its way towards the line, and nobody going to get to it. Greg Vaughn Jr. the closest.
I'm guessing that was probably not a hit and run, just judging by the swing that Smith took on that. Hit and run, you normally shorten up a little bit, really try to get on top of the ball. That was more of a all-out type swing.
So 1-2 here on Smith. No outs to begin the third inning, and the runner on first base. Moving again. Good pitch to throw on for Warren. It's way high, and a great backup by Hoover to prevent that from flying into center field, and maybe an extra base for TJ Riles. Another TCF Bank stolen base.
Strong arm for Warren, but he's missed twice high now. You can tell he's really not finishing his throws. Standing straight up, his back shoulder is a little bit lower than you would want to see it, and he needs to throw more downhill.
De La Cruz looks Riles back to first, guns it over for out number 1. Josh Combs chiming in from Phoenix, Arizona. He says, let's go Hoppers. Joey Weimer today, 0 for 1. Here in game 2 with a strikeout. His 3rd strikeout in total. Has 2 walks to go with that as well.
He got a pretty steady diet of cutters from Goatse's last time. Had some trouble with it.
Really hasn't been able to have success with that cutter since, in terms of swings and misses. On the season, he gets 8% swings and misses on the cutter.
Throws it a lot, though. More than most guys throw a cutter if they have one.
His command in general not as pinpointed as the last start. And it has been a little on and off for Noah so far this year. He has been working through some things. He experienced some tightness that caused him to miss, what, 3-4 scheduled starts at the beginning of the year.
Went to the cutter away again there, and Weimer got a piece of it that time.
Talked to Shane McCaddy about Goatse's before the game. One of the pitching coordinators here at the USPBL. 2-1 is chopped on the ground to Hoover. Only played a first for out number 2. Shane said he's working on some timing things, as was Justin Revels, as we talked about in the first inning, getting in the right spots at certain points in his delivery, and that can certainly affect command and control.
It affects it a lot. It's just a really hard thing to diagnose yourself as a player. You really need a third party that knows what they're talking about to really analyze that, look at video, look at it with you, explain it to you.
Gets 3 easy ground balls here to strand the leadoff walk. Second time he has done that in back-to-back innings. Soft contact for the most part so far today against Noah Goatse's. Time for JJ the Water Boy, presented by Michigan First Credit Union here today.
Any chance JJ could bring us a beverage up here?
He might be able to. Once in a while before the games, we'll see him at the second level. He's been wreaking havoc around the ballpark lately, though. The tarp yesterday.
Yep. Today I found him down in the wiffle ball area for a little bit.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. What was he doing down there?
Well, looking for wiffle balls. You know, he doesn't really discriminate against wiffle balls compared to baseballs.
There's the frisbee toss. So JJ the Water Boy, presented by Michigan First Credit Union every game. Garrett Chrisman back out there for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. The only blemish so far for him today was the hit by pitch to Miles Miller.
Doesn't have many blemishes on the season, really, aside from a couple of losses. And as we mentioned earlier, he's just drawn some tough matchups.
Jake Hoover, Jordan Pontius, Miles Miller. Your Zach Hart Agency 3-men due-up here in the third inning. Garrett Chrisman, if he goes 7 complete again here today, that would be his 5th start this season. I think one of the more impressive stats is buried down into the analytics side of things. Not a complete analytic, I guess. It's more of a standard when you look at pitchers, but 16.6% swing and miss percentage on all his pitches put together, which is, you look at the major league level, that's considered elite. I mean,
I think it's also very notable because he doesn't have a pitch that really stands out on paper. It's not like he's throwing a 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Hoover doesn't like the call. Troyer took an extra beat but shows off his arm. Oohs and ahs and boos and all the things below us here today.
We can hear some Hoover fans in the ballpark today. They went crazy when he came up.
They did the Hoover.
Yeah, I like that. I hope that catches on. Of course, you can hear everybody better than normal in 2020.
True.
The ones that are here.
Spoils that slider back to the screen. Haven't seen a lot of those so far today. He hasn't really needed it because he hasn't pitched deep in many counts.
Right.
Popped up to right. Harris has a long way to go, but he has no chance unless he hops over that fence.
Doesn't throw the slider as much as he does the change traditionally.
Quickly 0-2 on Pontius. He had a triple last game, scored a run. Here's the 0-2. Another nice swing that's going to dump into left. So we're starting to see two second basemen who really haven't produced at the plate coming into this month start to turn it around. Jordan Pontius and Landon Barnes for the Westside Woolly Mammoths.
I think in the case of Barnes, it was expected, that he would be more of a regular producer offensively. He has had some time at the top of the order, and I think, the coaching staff thought that he was going to be a pretty regular offensive producer. I don't know if that was true as much with Pontius, but he's definitely starting to swing the bat better.
Coming into the doubleheader, Pontius was hitless in his last two. He did have a walk 2 games ago, but that was coming off a game 4 for 4 with 3 RBIs with a triple. So a pair of triples now this season for Jordan. There's a flare into left center. Going to stay up long enough for Joey Weimer for out number 2. Here's Adam De La Cruz. Adam De La Cruz, so he grew up just across from Yankee Stadium, the original Yankee Stadium. Grew up a Boston Red Sox fan, though, and a Manny Ramirez fan. Did you see the news about Manny Ramirez here today?
Yeah, I saw he's playing some independent ball.
At the young age of 47 years old.
Some of those independent leagues will do that type of thing. Our league here is a developmental league, so it's guys who are 26 and younger, and generally guys will only be here 2 years or less, so it's meant for guys to move on. But there are some independent leagues like that will sign an aging, former major leaguer, that kind of thing. I know Ricky Henderson did it. Ricky might have even been older than that when he tried it at one point.
And
something tells me Manny could still hit.
He said, I read an article that says he works out every day, he hits every day.
He could never play the outfield, so I don't know if that matters one way or the other.
Never forget the day he disappeared into the green monster.
Yes. How about the time he cut off a throw from a fellow outfielder? That was a good one.
In there for strike 3. Strike him out, throw him out, not in order there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. De La Cruz didn't like that call very much either.
It's already the 3rd strikeout for Garrett Chrisman. 1 an inning thus far.
When you need emergency care, you want your hospital to be ready for whatever comes through the door. Ready for any injury and any illness. Ready to respond at the speed of emergencies. That's why McLaren Macomb built a new emergency department with advanced technology, clinical expertise, and 68 private exam rooms. We're Macomb County's largest emergency department, and we're ready for you whenever you need us. That's emergency care at McLaren Macomb. That's doing what's best.
When you are in need of air conditioning services, turn to the experienced professionals at McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration. Since 1970, we've been delivering high-quality air conditioning installation and repair services. Call for a free estimate today. Let us help you be cool and comfortable. For comprehensive HVAC services, contact McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration today.
At midnight, when the ATM cruelly devours your card. At 6 a.m., when your credit goes down the drain. Or at 10 p.m., when you realize your credit card went on vacation without you. Michigan First is here. With our 24-hour call center, online banking with live chat, mobile banking, and branches near you. Michigan First. You have our attention 24/7.
So the research department went to work in the break here. That's me. And Ricky Henderson played 3 seasons of independent ball after playing his final year with the LA Dodgers. So he actually played the same year. So he got released, I assume, in 2003. He went to Newark in the Atlantic League, played a couple years there, and then went to San Diego to play in the Golden Baseball League, which is now defunct. Ceased operations in 2010, founded in 2004 out in California.
Wow.
So he was 44 years old in 03, and when he finally wrapped it up, according to Baseball Reference, that is, and I know Baseball Reference doesn't have every independent league in there, but 46 years old, it looks like, is when he wrapped up his career.
It's especially interesting for a player like him who really relied on his legs as a big part of his game. Manny, on the other hand, he's just a professional hitter.
Sure.
Did Manny grow up in the Bronx? I know he's Dominican, right? But did he live in the Bronx?
I don't know that answer. I'm not sure.
I talked to Adam De La Cruz about that at one point, and he, referenced some relatives going to school with Manny.
Really? Hoover across the diamond for out number 1. Cameron Comer retired here. Cesar Cuevas trying to improve upon his walk back in the 2nd inning. Jeffrey Harris watching the Beavers from Los Angeles, California. So hello, Jeffrey. Is this one in for strike 1? I think it'd be exciting to see a guy like Ricky Henderson back in Major League Baseball. Not the Ricky Henderson, but just a player like him.
Sure. I'm could be your research assistant now because I just found some information here. I could be the vice president of broadcast research. Ramirez was born, of course, in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, but when he was 13 years old, he moved to New York City with his parents and attended George Washington High School.
I did not know that. Here's the 0-2 swing and a miss. Caesar goes down, 2 up and 2 down here in the 4th inning. How about Henderson, though? 3,055 career hits, 1,115 RBIs, 1,406 stolen bases.
That's incredible. He's got a lot of home runs, too, doesn't he? He's got a couple hundred home runs at least.
297. Yeah, almost 300.
That's a lot for a leadoff man. I remember he had an awful lot of home runs that led off games. That was a big thing for a while with him. And that's important. It's more important than a regular home run. It just kind of sets the tone for the day.
.1-0 is fouled back.
Lou Whitaker had a lot of those during the 80s with the Tigers.
.1-1, fly ball to the gap in right center field. That is going to flatten out into the...
No, he dropped it, didn't he?
Did he? I looked down.
Yeah, he just flat out dropped it.
Not a ball you see Miller miss.
No, and Williams is kind of grabbing his hand for some reason. I don't know if he injured something. I don't know how he injured his hand there exactly, but.
So 81 home runs of the 297 were to lead off a game, 142 to lead off an inning.
Wow, that's an incredibly high number.
It is.
If you think about it.
81 homers to lead off the game, 81 RBIs, obviously.
Right.
So all solo shots. 17.
I guess that makes sense.
17 triples, 117 doubles. So just think about that. In the back of your mind as a pitcher, you're like, I can't let this guy get on, let alone
it was 17
in
triples
scoring
to lead off games.
Fly ball to left. That's going to careen into the glove of Greg Vaughn Jr. for out number 3. So the Eastside Diamond Hoppers looking to go to work offensively here on the USPBL network.
I enjoy renovating my home, so getting materials with my Chevy Silverado is a daily trip. But as the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever, it's perfect for all my projects. And with the most functional bed of any pickup, plus the power-up down tailgate, my Silverado helps me with everything I need. Of course, a little assist from a friend doesn't hurt.
Lease a 2020 Silverado Custom Crew Cab 4-wheel drive for just $323 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
Meat of the order up for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers here in the bottom of inning number 4. Garrett Chrisman cruising along.
As he tends to do.
Here's the 0-1. Inside, the only 2 blemishes, a hit by pitch to lead off the first inning, and he got them in order after that. And a 1-out single in the third, but he was able to get a flyout and a strikeout after that. It's like clockwork, it seems, for Garrett. There is some action in the Hoppers bullpen right now. It's Rabin Martin. He's had a strikeout every inning thus far. First one to lead off an inning.
It's that changeup. It's a weapon for him. Down in the zone against a left-hander especially.
1 run off 2 hits and no errors. No runs off 1 hit and 1 error for the Birmingham Bloomfield, or for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, I beg your pardon. Pitchers 2 out for this line from the last game. 10 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. 9 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors. Pitchers, pitching coaches, people who don't like to see runs. Not sure that's anybody these days.
Momentum is only as good as the next game's starting pitcher.
Line drive to left center, sending Weimer back, and he trickles under the earth of the scoreboard for out number 2.
Wasn't a perfect route there by Weimer, but he's got the type of speed to make up for a misstep.
Now Riley Mahalik, the last shot here. So a good mix of contact outs and strikeouts. He's thrown 11 pitches in each inning thus far. Mahalik whittles that one foul, 0-1. This inning brought to you by Our Credit Union and Balfour Property Restoration.
Fastball there at 89 inside. It wouldn't surprise me if he goes to the change away, fading away from the lefty.
Here's the 0-2. Did just that. It's going to loop foul. Good job by Mahalik to extend the arms there. Sort of a lefty shift going on to some extent. You have the second baseman Williams Jr. playing over, or Smith, I beg your pardon, playing over at second, and Williams out of the picture. Here's the 1-2.
It's funny you mentioned that. I thought watching a little bit of the Tigers-Twins game earlier today, I thought the Twins overthought their shifts a little bit with the ground ball type pitcher Dobnak there. There's a lot of ground balls that got through that may not have got through if they played more straight up.
In there for strike 3. First time he struck out more than one in an inning. Mahalik goes down. What a tough pitch to go down on. Another 1-2-3 inning, his third of the night.
The Weingarts family is honored to be celebrating 75 years of helping families like yours with your lawn equipment needs. While the equipment has changed, our grandfather's founding values and commitment to quality still drive our business.
We carry top brands like Exmark, Toro, Honda, Cub Cadet, and more. See the full lineup at Weingarts.com.
Whether it's new equipment, parts, or service, we work to earn your trust in each of our 6 locations.
From our family to yours, thank you for letting us serve you.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to snow.
U.S. PBL standings presented by Scott's. Unicorns doing some good at the beginning of this week to separate themselves a little bit, but the bottom is tight.
If the Unicorns hit, not even like they did yesterday, but if they just hit like an average team, I don't think they'll be caught. I don't think you'll be able to catch them because their pitching is just a cut above right now.
Rabin Martin, your Hoffman Dental pitching change here as he comes in for Noah Goetzies, who went 4. Despite maybe not having his best stuff, Goetzies gave up just 1 run. That was in the first inning, and did a good job to scatter some base runners.
I wouldn't even say that run was necessarily his fault. It was a ball in the hole that ended up getting thrown away, and I wouldn't even really charge him with that one. But I thought he did a decent job. If there's anything, he has some long at-bats, and sometimes he has little stretches where he walks too many guys, but he's a plus. He's a plus for this team.
Tonight's game is brought to you by United Shore, the fastest-growing company in Metro Detroit, and home to the #1 wholesale mortgage lender in the nation, UWM. United Shore boasts a remarkable 1.5 million square foot Pontiac campus that employs nearly 6,500 entrepreneurs, self-starters, problem solvers, and dream makers. Want to see your name in their lineup? United Shore is hiring across a variety of backgrounds and areas of expertise. Mortgage experience is not required. United Shore offers paid in-depth training and ongoing career advancement opportunities. Start playing for the winning team. Check out job openings and all the company has to offer at unitedshore.com. So Rabin Martin will face 9-1-2, brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. It's Brett Elmer, TJ Riles, and Jalen Smith. 17th appearance for Raven Martin, all out of the pen. 20 innings, 16 walks to 15 Ks. He's also hit 4 batters this year, the most of any Diamond Hopper thus far.
Last couple outings have been pretty good, and he's shown a lot better command with both his fastball and his breaking ball. Velocity has been up too.
1-2 on the corner for strike 3. 1 up and 1 down here in the 5th inning, just the way that Raven Martin wanted to start things off here. TJ Riles, the top of the order, had a walk back in the 3rd inning and grounded out to the first baseman. That one skips in. Riles today has seen 2 3-ball counts. Got his walk on a 3-1. Big uppercut swing there for a miss. Riles has an average launch angle of 20, which is up there here in the USPBL. Plenty of Beavers have a pretty high angle. Something that Von Joshua at times cringes. He talked to me before the game here today again about, planing. Kind of what we've talked about in the past with how good J.D. Martinez was able to get by taking that approach. Not necessarily pure launch angle. It's about adjusting to the pitch.
Match the plane of your swing to the plane of the ball. And that allows you to stay in the hitting zone a lot longer and allows you to have more room for error. Or I should say less room for error, less likely to make an error.
And I'm not saying that he cringes specifically at TJ Riles. Von Joshua just doesn't like the uppercut swing in general.
He's not a launch angle advocate.
Launch angle is by degrees, too, so 20 is 20 degrees. Jalen Smith, 22.4 in that department. Back-to-back strikeouts here by Raven Martin out of the pen. Oh, 1 is whittled foul. Good day for Jalen Smith. 3 hits in total between the doubleheaders. Singled a run in the 1st inning. Is the difference in this game right now. 16th knock of the year and close to 80 ABs. Nearing 100 plate appearances with the 9 walks. Here's the 0-2. Low.
The thing I like about Raven Martin is he throws about 65% fastballs, even though he has a changeup, slider, and a curveball. If you can establish that fastball, allows you to be much more effective with those other 3 pitches. And when he's going good and he's throwing his fastball for a lot of strikes and it's in the upper 80s, it just makes him a much more effective pitcher overall because it makes all of his pitches better.
Here's the 2-2. Line drive, softly serve into center field. Reaching out is Hoover to make the catch.
Nice play.
We heard all about his defense coming into the USPBL from the Texas organization, and he flashes the leather there to send us to the bottom of the 5th.
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this. safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
Can you feel that? Something's changing. A shift from a focus on me to something bigger. Because while it's perfectly fair to ask, what's in it for me? Finding the answer comes from asking, what's in it for we? At TCF Bank, our purpose lies in answering that question, in giving every me the financial strength to make us all a stronger we.
Some more action in the Diamond Hoppers bullpen here. It's Nick Leo, another man out of the Texas organization.
Looked pretty sharp last time out.
Swing and a miss by Greg Vaughn Jr. 6-7-8 due up for the Diamond Hoppers here in the 5th against Garrett Christman. He's recorded 5 straight. Slider there for strike 2. Didn't look like he had the best grip on that, but he was able to control it anyway.
Threw that a little bit softer than he normally does.
Pinned inside at 89, and Vaughn Jr. frustrated he couldn't catch up with that one.
If you could throw it there every time, you'd get everybody out.
Six strikeouts and 4 1/3 innings. He struck out 4 of the last 5 he's faced. De La Cruz, Warren, Mahalik, and Vaughn Jr. now. See what the fate is for Trevor McKinley. Fly out to left in his at-bat in the 2nd. That completed Christman's first 1-2-3 inning. Single given up in the 3rd and a hit by pitch in the 1st. That's been it against this lanky right-hander. John Von Joshua kind of alluded to the fact that Christman will give up a base runner or 2, but most of the time he's stranding them. And you don't have a 1.96 ERA as a starter by accident.
Oh.
Off the glove, sputters to the shortstop, and Caesar cannot make that play either.
Getting a piece of that gave his team a chance to make a play on it. If he doesn't get a piece of that, that's definitely into center field.
Off the bat at 92. Second hit ruled off the arm of Garrett Christman. 1 away from what he gave up in his 7-out inning outing on the 22nd. Came into this game with the approach of keeping the ball down a little bit more. You saw that on the strikeout, low and in.
Mm-hmm.
Really wanted to bury his changeup coming into today as well. The slider has also been a work in progress. That's been run in and out of the DVS. He was happy with that after last game. Thought it had better bites. That's off his glove as well, but right there to recover is Smith. Throw to first, not in time with the tag by Williams Jr.
A little bit of an awkward turn there. I think Smith thought about flipping it at first, then decided against it. Wasn't quite able to get the footwork to make a solid throw there. Williams almost saved him on it.
Tough to see whether
that was close. He may have got him.
The tag was on time. It was just a matter of whether he put it on him or not. It's the first time that we've seen multiple base runners find their way on base. Not at one time, certainly in this situation with 2 outs and a runner on first, but just in general.
It's not easy when you have only one base umpire, too, on a play like that. He's looking at second to see if the play is made, and then he's got to spin around toward first and see it real quick.
Up high, 1-1 on Jordan Pontius. He singled back in the third. Flare to right. Harris will see that scatter out of play.
Now looking at that gator around Hoover's neck makes me think about, I was looking through my drawer this morning and there's, 3 or 4 different gators in there now, and it made me think back to how back in the day men probably kept pocket squares or something like that in there, and now in this era in 2020 we're keeping multiple gators and masks and things in the top drawer.
How things change. Another strikeout here for Garrett Crispin, back-to-back innings with 2 in each frame. He's been on point here today.
Suds on Mound offers plenty of options to get your laundry done. Clean, convenient, and with clear, low pricing. No confusing cards to load or upcharges for hot water, like the other guys. We operate with quarters for one price washes with maximum water settings to get your clothes cleaner, faster. We offer 61 machines, including 3 80-pound washers, the largest in production. Suds on Mound offers self-service, wash, dry, and fold service, and we can even service entryway rugs and king-size down-filled comforters. Washes can be done as fast as 16 minutes. Our Speed Queen machines are the only brand still made in America, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Hi, I'm Jason from Suds on Mound. Come on in, we'll get you clean. All right, Ribby, you're all set.
Mention this ad for 10% off your wash, dry, and fold service.
Time for Family of the Game, brought to you by Huntington Bank. It's the Pipers here today out of Shelby Township. So hello to the Piper family. Family of the Game, always brought to you by Huntington Bank.
I think I know the Piper family.
Do you really?
Definite supporters of the USPBO.
Nick Leo taking over for Raven Martin, who worked a nice 5th inning, Dan.
He did. He's been pretty strong lately. He's a guy who, combined with Nick Leo right here, if both of them are going good as a bridge to Dugan, pretty good bullpen here with the Hoppers.
Second appearance for Nick Leo, an inning and 2/3, his first time around with only 1 hit and a strikeout, no walks. Leo features a fairly deep arsenal for a reliever. A 4-seam, a 2-seam, a slider, and a changeup. Through the changeup the least in his outing. His fastball got up to nearly 92, 91.7. He'll face the meat of the order for Von Joshua's team, looking for a AAA insurance run here in the 6th.
That was a healthy cut there by Joey Weimer.
Healthy fastball, too, at 92. Got his most swings and misses on his slider the last time out. And that was very consistent velocity-wise. Average of 80 and a max velocity of 80.9. Leo, another Texas product in terms of the Major League organization.
I think part of what makes him tough, too, is he aligns himself on that far right side of the rubber, and he strides a little bit toward the right-hander's batter's box. It's tough for righties to pick it up.
Sounds like somebody's got a fireworks show going on.
It does.
They might be getting busted from the sirens.
And now we hear a siren. I hope it's fireworks.
1-2, swing and a miss.
That was a nice pitch,
wow.
wasn't it?
The slider darting to the exterior of the plate for out number 1.
And after a pretty steady diet of fastballs, that's tough to lay off that pitch away.
Nick Leo spent his first season in the Texas organization in the Northwest League with Spokane. He was 4-1 out of the pen with a 3.74 ERA through 45 innings. How about this, Dan? 10 walks to 58 strikeouts in those appearances.
Not bad.
Maybe the one red flag, 5 home runs given up out of the bullpen, but other than that, this 20th round pick in 2018 performed well. Product of Western Michigan University.
6'5", 200+ pounds, got a nice frame.
Spent 3 years at Western. Started 14 games and 50 appearances. I mean, he had a decent strikeout to walk ratio, but it was nothing like he showed in the minor leagues. So Texas is going to be happy with that. 63 walks compared to 125 Ks career in the MAC. Won 11 ball games as a starter. Swing and a miss, another nasty slider. 2 up and 2 down on the strikeout. Now Cameron Comer, the last shot here in the 6th. Talked to Vaughn Joshua before the game just about the adjustments that Comer has been working on. He said just kind of jumping at the ball early on this year, slowed himself down a little bit. And he's talked to him before. You are a dead low ball hitter.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to lay off the letter high fastballs and you'll be just fine.
There's a tendency, guys that hit from the left side and throw right, which obviously he does as a catcher, there's a tendency to be a stronger low ball hitter than they are a high ball hitter. They're just a little bit more dominant with that bottom hand, their right hand, getting down to that low pitch than a typical left-hander would be. And then on the flip side, a little bit slower with the top hand, so getting to that high pitch is sometimes more of a challenge. Ideally, in a perfect world, you want your strong hand to be on top of the bat.
2-1 is outside. And Vaughn Joshua has talked about that before, too, in terms of, these pitchers see what these hitters are doing these days. It's home run or bust, certainly in the major leagues, and they're throwing it up and up and up.
Yep.
And guys are swinging at it. Good patience by Comer to coax a walk here. Cesar Cuevas had a walk back in the 2nd inning. Struck out in the 4th. Expect to see Garrett Crispin come out for the 6th inning, just 60 pitches. I mean, he could go the distance today.
Easily.
I don't necessarily see the need for Jarrett Price to come in here tonight and or Marco Bisserl, but it's possible. I think if somebody was to get some work, maybe Bisserl rather than Price, but that's just a guess.
A tight game here, and I think Crispin earned the chance to close it out, certainly, as long as his pitch count stays where it's at.
It would be his 5th complete game if he can go all 7 here tonight. What an interesting year it's been. I think 5 years ago, if you said that Major League Baseball was going to play 7-inning doubleheaders, I think a lot of people would shout at you.
Oh, for sure, with that traditionalist sport. Any adjustments in baseball would get shouted down. I mean, even the National League the National League having the DH, which I don't know. To me, that was sort of a no-brainer having the DH in the National League. It was nobody playing baseball anywhere around the world is having pitchers hit, but still, it would get shouted down pretty readily.
Here's the 3-1 now. Popped him up to right. McKinley cruising to the line. Stares in that one into the glove. That's for out number 3. Nice inning for Nick Leo. Strikeout allows the 2-out walk and gets the fly ball off the bat of Caesar.
Catch the Chevy Malibu at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Malibu 1LT for just $288 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
Upcoming games presented by Motor City Casino Hotel. Tomorrow, 1:05 matinee start here at Jimmy John's Field. The Mammoths trying to bounce back after they had their 4-game winning streak snap last night thanks to the big-time first inning by those very Unicorns. Next week, it's the Hoppers and the Beavers, and then the Hoppers and the Unicorns Wednesday, Thursday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday with you as well here on the USPBL Network.
Monday being an afternoon game, correct? Labor Day afternoon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Miles Miller, Adam De La Cruz, Xavier Warren, your Zach Hart Agency 3 men on deck. Been a really good outing here for Garrett Chrisman. 7 strikeouts to this point. 5 of them coming in the last 3 innings. Really, last 2 1/3. Miller does not have one. He has a fly out, and he was also hit by a pitch back in the first. In for strike 1. Ninth start of the year for Garrett Chrisman. His highest strikeout total, 11. That was back on the 25th of July. 1 walk to 11 Ks, 2 hits given up, 7 innings, 84 pitches. My goodness. Doesn't get much better than that.
Nope. It's tough to... You said 84 pitches, right?
Yep.
It's tough to only throw 84 pitches when you strike out that many guys. It's a lot of, 0-2 counts, I got to believe. Not fooling around.
Some oohs and ahs after that one.
Yeah. It's a fastball at 89, which is not, really a plus fastball velocity-wise, but he still throws it by guys. It's just deceptive, and they have to respect the possibility of that changeup and the slider, which is always in the zone and always down. And if they're not, if they're looking off speed, that fastball is going to be by them.
Garrett thinks he's been struggling a little bit with consistency lately. A few more balls leading to higher pitch counts and walks.
He's a tough critic.
I mean, you look at it, 2 walks in the last start, 1 in the one before, none before that.
Right.
So 3 walks.
He's hard on himself.
In your last, now 3 starts. I'll take that. The man with the .64 ERA entering last night, which has gone down even further. We'll have to check it for Ty Hensley, but he has a lot more walks than Chrisman has had, and don't necessarily hear him
right
talking about that. He didn't like his outing yesterday, though. He was very clear about that in the post-game show, if you listen back to that interview.
That's 3 Ks for De La Cruz this game, isn't it? I don't think that's happened before for him. I don't recall that happening ever before this season.
Yep, strikeout swinging in the first, looking in the third. It's back-to-back strikeouts for Garrett Chrisman in the 6th. He's had 2 strikeouts each of the last 3 innings. Xavier Warren swings and misses on the 81-mile-per-hour changeup.
He throws that down in the zone, and it really fades away. It really fades away from the left-hander, and that makes it a really difficult pitch to handle.
Oh, and 2 on Xavier Warren. The pitch outside. There's a praying mantis on this window in front of my face here. That's pretty cool. Fly ball to right field. Xavier Warren lifting that one to right. Gone! Onto the berm.
Is that a good luck praying mantis?
The rally praying mantis. The rally mantis.
Oh, man. I was about to say before that home run that I was really glad it landed on the window and not the open part, because then it would have been pretty much right in our lap here, and I think I might have freaked out a little bit. But
I freaked out at the fly that jumped onto my scorebook earlier. Not because there was a fly per se, but just because I couldn't see it.
Well, we got ourselves a tie ball game now. We've been waiting for a big knock like that from Xavier Warren. Oh, there's our praying mantis on the screen.
There he is, right there.
That's you circling the praying mantis.
On my telestrator on the window, yes. It's caught by T.J. Riles out left. Big time home run by Xavier Warren. Gives this lead a little bit more pad. Time for the race.
Those Motor City wheels are messing around, waiting to get the car to go downtown. La 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 taking some time and having some fun, waiting to get the car that it's time to run.
Holy Hot Rods, it's race time. Chevy Detroit wheels, start your engines.
Bel Air out first. Who do you got?
I'm going to stick with Bel Air, front runner.
It's a 3-car race again here tonight.
I'm seeing them before I make my predictions now.
And we have a car's length lead all the way around. Is Bel Air taunting here? My goodness.
I don't like that.
Oh, boy.
I don't like that at all.
Now they're spread out as they roam down the third base line.
Bella better pick it up. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Don't run into Von Joshua.
Bel Air is going to cruise her way to the victory unless she turns around and falls down or something here.
Well, this is the first doubleheader where I've got both trivia questions and the car right.
That's your Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers race. Here on the USPBL network. The Mantis is still sticking with us here.
Yeah.
It's a big bug, isn't it?
The lucky praying mantis for the hoppers. How do frogs feel about a praying mantis? Are they friends?
It depends how big that frog is. He might try to eat it.
He landed and then tie ball game, home run. I mean, and now we got Dugan Darnell on to try and keep this right where it's at.
(1-1). I made the mistake of saying the lead was padded. I meant to say the lead was tied, or whatever you want to say.
There is no more
ball
lead.
game.
Yes.
There is no lead.
The lead has ceased to exist.
Kathleen Torres on Facebook says, way to go, Xavier. Deanna Davy Bell says, yes, Xavier. So some Xavier Warren fans and some Hoppers fans happy to see them get one against Garrett Chrisman, who didn't look like he was going to allow anything of that sort here tonight. Bottom of the order due up against Dugan Darnell here.
Well, being that this game was moving along relatively quick, I think it would only be appropriate that we go to extra innings.
Yes. Yep. Man, somebody is still putting on that fireworks display wherever it may be.
That's what I'm going with. I don't want to think it's thunder.
Christian Gibbons says, oh, that's a lot of popcorn. Better be a big popcorn maker.
You ever see the Muppet Show where the Swedish chef makes popcorn?
Oh yes,
that's it's that type of popcorn apparently, where it overwhelms the entire room.
The popcorn song.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes. 2-1. Lone inside. And I guess we have confirmation that they are fireworks beyond the Clinton River in the trees.
And not illegal fireworks, I hope. Because we did hear a siren earlier.
Ron Williams Jr. with a walk to begin the 7th inning, exactly the way he wanted to start.
Oh, getting down toward the bottom of the order here, top of the 7th tie game. See if the Beavers try anything interesting here to manufacture a run.
The Mantis is dancing to this
It is.
walk-up song. He likes what Romero Harris lays down here before his. He's putting his hands in the air like he doesn't care there.
He does.
Romero Harris looks at one outside. If you want to see the view that I have and Dan have as a Mantis, you can check out the Twitter at JeremyOttoPXP. Stan Fracker, my old boss at the Tigers, says, people don't realize how dangerous play-by-play is between the giant insect attacks and the foul balls. You always need to be alert. Stay safe, Jeremy.
And hello to Stan Fracker. It's been a while since I've seen Stan myself. Does a good job over there, and probably one of the hardest working people in the Tigers front office right now, I would think.
It's got to be, yeah, got to be a tough job right now between all the monitors that have to be set up game by game. For the radio crew is actually in Comerica Park on a gamely basis when the team is on the road. TV is housed out of the studios in Southfield at Fox Sports Detroit, but and it's hard to be a Major League Baseball play-by-play announcer right now for a road game.
Sure.
Ooh, spinning tag cannot be made, and Just like that, Ron Williams Jr. gets himself into scoring position here in the 7th.
That was going to be a tough play right there, but it had a chance. He had to hurry that tag a little bit, and that's why he missed it. Good chance for the Beavers now. If you're Harris here, you want to try to stay late on this ball, drive it to right field. Especially in a 2-strike situation here. It really pays to think off speed a little bit, think away, and hopefully that's what you get, and you'll be able to advance this runner.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Big time strikeout from Dugan Darnell. Back into the bullpen has done a good job of dispatching batters. That's already their 5th strikeout since taking over for Goatsees. It's been an inning-by-inning outing for each of these guys since Goatsees finished the 4th. Rabin Martin, then Nick Leo, and here is Dugan Darnell. Darnell, .40 ERA through 22 innings, 16 walks to 39 Ks. So it's a K per 9 of nearly 16.
That's quite
a walk per 9 of 6, so that's not where he wants it to be, but I'll take the 15.7 K per 9 any day.
Right.
And now, I think for the first time all year, we see a whole infield huddle around Paul Noce to discuss what they want to do. Right here is what you're
strategy.
seeing. Yes.
Yeah.
And you'll see that more as winning becomes more and more important as the season wears on.
That was a big strikeout of Harris there. That was a huge out.
First pitch to Brett Almer. Swing and a miss. Almer today a ground out in the 2nd and a strikeout in the 5th. He is settled in with the Eastside Diamond Hoppers after floating around on the taxi squad to begin this year. Lights up the gun at 93 that time. Pops the glove of Xavier Warren.
It's a lively fastball. If he throws it there again, he'll get it again.
Here's the 0-2.
Oh.
Curveball just floated high. Good spin on it as well at 71 miles an hour.
That's slower than his typical curveball. Although we saw some of that his last time out, too. It seems like he's making some adjustments with that pitch lately.
Ron Williams Jr. at second base trying to snap a 6-game scoreless streak against Dugan Darnell that stretches back to the 9th of this month. Here's a 1-2. Line drive, and under that is Hoover. 2 down with the runner on second base and the top of the order due up. The last run was actually against this Beavers squad. They scratched 1 earned run off of Dugan Darnell back on the 7th of August. That was a 2-inning outing. Uncharacteristically walked 4 in that game and struck out 3 through 60 pitches. That was that crazy game. I kind of remember that now.
Yep. There's more than one crazy game.
There is. Today might be one.
Right.
Not this one, but the
previous one.
The one before. Didn't he face the bases loaded twice in that game? I feel like he inherited the bases loaded and then walked
created
them himself.
one. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Ron Williams Jr. trying to advance, but that ball was nicked, foul.
If you're the Hoppers infield here, you want to give a little space and do whatever you can to keep the ball in the infield here. Anything through is probably going to score Williams from second with the go-ahead run.
Here's the 0-2. Just off of that 85-mile-per-hour splitter that time. The pitch we don't see all too much from Dugan Darnell, just 10% of the time. Does get decent swing and miss rate on it, 10%, compared to his curveball that also gets 10.
His curveball's been improving.
There it is again. It remains high.
If he can work that down a little bit.
So on the 7th, Dugan Darnell took over for Rabin Martin late in that game as well. Swing and a miss. Got him on strikes here in the 7th inning. 2 strikeouts for Dugan Darnell. It's been a strikeout party for both Garrett Chrisman, Rabin Martin, Nick Leo, and Dugan Darnell thus far.
It's that time.
Let's send it to Leo Ortel, your public address announcer.
Ball game. Let's hear you sing. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Thank you, fans, for joining along in the 7th inning stretch.
It's Leo Ortel, your fine public address announcer. Leo's going to head back to school. He only has one more game with us tomorrow afternoon. So we wish him best of luck. Great job in his first year as the main PA announcer here at the United Shore Professional Baseball League. Have another Hoffman Dental pitching change. And this is an arm we're excited to see as well. It's Josh Smith. Smith, another member of the Texas organization. Hoffman Dental pitching change here in the 7th inning as he comes in for Garrett Chrisman. Maybe the home run chase Garrett here, as it's now a tie game, 1-1 in the 7th. Great job by Dugan Darnell to strand the leadoff walk in the 7th. Saline, Michigan native is Josh. He also pitched in Spokane last year. So some time in the Arizona League and then to the Northwest League. In total in 2019, a .291 ERA through 20 relief appearances. 16 walks to 31 strikeouts. The frame is the big deal with this guy. 6'6", 205.
Great size. He looks like more than 205 to me. He's a big fella. Saline's got a nice baseball program as well.
They do. Good football program, too. Wouldn't be surprised if Smith played some football back in the day.
I would think so. I feel like we're learning a lot about the Spokane Indians this year.
I know, right?
He sure looks tall on that mound. Look at him tower over Mahalik just in that center field cam shot.
And Mahalik says, no problem.
Yeah, welcome to the league. Maybe a runner here for Mahalik. I don't know. Not a real deep bench, I guess. But
Grimes, Maselli, Torres, the three available for.
Maselli would be a plus runner here. And yes, we will.
Good call. So Maselli trying to make things happen here in the 7th inning. In is the potential game-winning run. Could we see another walk-off here? Greg Vaughn Jr., the man at the plate, 2 strikeouts today. Nine Ks for Chrisman in total before checking out. Big time home run by Xavier Warren. He needed that too. Get some of the confidence back. Four-seam slider and a changeup for Smith. His first appearance here in the USPBL. Just 23 years old. Up the box. Diving on that. Can't get anybody though.
Look out.
And Vaughn Jr. might be hurt.
Yeah, he got tripped up. He got tripped up over there. Williams had to adjust his feet to keep that ball in front of him, and I think it tripped him up, but it looks like he's okay. It's a pretty nice job just to keep that in the infield, but he did.
Take a second look at the Facebook monitor here, and actually we're not going to be able to see the angle. But regardless, the winning run moves up to second base. Trevor McKinley.
He's not a bunting type, I don't think, but got a chance to win it here with the bat.
You might not bunt anyway with 8 and 9 due up.
Got 3 shots to win it here with a base hit, probably.
92-mile-per-hour fastball there is in for strike 1. That's a 92-mile-per-hour fastball with 2,400 spin on it, which 2,500 is the major league average for a curveball. Keep in mind. This one on the ground, third base side foul. 0-2 on Trevor McKinley now. Andrew Dilo says he tuned in at the right moment. Yes, you did. On YouTube. When everything matters. Maselli on second base running for Riley Mahalik here. Here's the 0-2. Didn't get him to chase. A shootout in game 1, 10-9 in favor of the Beavers. See if the Hoppers can walk it off in game 2. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Big time strikeout for Josh Smith for the first out of the inning.
Stepping up for Eastside, the shortstop, Jay Hoover.
So now Hoover with a chance to win it.
And the Hoover fans are stirring.
So Texas prospect against Texas prospect. One-time teammates against each other.
Yeah, and they say, how are we facing each other in Utica, Michigan now?
Could have never thunk it at the beginning of this year. Jordan Ponte is on deck. Your Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the 7th. 10-mile-per-hour differential fastball to changeup, as you saw there, the 0-1. Fastball at 90 for strike 2.
That one had a little cutting action on it.
Looks like Dugan Darnell would work a second inning if we went to extras. Nobody warming up for the Hoppers right now. Both these two teams down to a sliver in terms of arms available anyway. 0-2, lined into right, off the glove, into right field, around, and home is Maselli! Slides his way in! The outburst out of the Hoppers dugout! They've walked it off.
And Hoover gets the better of his buddy from Texas there. Hit it where it was pitched. Nice approach there with 2 strikes and just enough to get it through. It's a good, interesting day of baseball, I would say, overall. A couple different types of ball games, but exciting.
Do you think the run scores if it doesn't hit the run of the glove of the second baseman?
That's a good question. I was thinking about that as well. That deflection slowed it down, and it didn't really give the outfielder a chance to make a play. But you just got to play the game hard, and those are the breaks sometimes.
Well, Jake Hoover, welcome to the USPBL. RBI single into right field. What a game this was.
It was. It was a nice game. I feel bad for Garrett Chrisman. Another really good start for him, and comes away without a win.
Back with our player of the game from the United Shore Media Desk when we get back here on the USPBL Network.
Ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline warming up the benches. Need a lesson? I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point 'em out. Ayy, fly ball, catch a frog, walk it out. Ayy, every time we score, I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same time, and let's rock. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
From the very get-go in your major, you are doing things involved with your major. And they really do a good job with finding professors that not only know what they're talking about, but know how to teach what they're talking about.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
You get the intensive care from each professor. You get the interactions with different students both in and outside of your major.
There's always something happening on campus. There's always something to do. Go visit campus and really experience everything that campus has to offer. Once you do that, it makes up your mind for you.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Last year, Belfour did 114,000 different jobs around the world. We've been to floods, fires, tornado sites, earthquakes, where people have lost everything. Yes, your homes can be rebuilt, and yes, your businesses will be rebuilt, but most importantly, your lives will be rebuilt. There's nothing that we cannot fix, and we believe that.
It's our pictures.
To me, that's Belfour. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Detroit Mercy really models a value-based education. They focus a lot on service, which provides so many different experiences and opportunities that allows us to tie in everything we learn, how to apply that outside of the class.
There are a number of different programs that we're a part of to help bring the community back and revitalize the city of Detroit. Doing service with the community really helps bring Detroit Mercy outside of the gates and to everyone.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
All the opportunities I've been given, I would not have been able to get at bigger universities.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
So much preparation for the future.
I couldn't imagine being anywhere else.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
They called it the 1,000-year flood. They were having homes and businesses flooded, and roads were being washed out.
My entire house is going to be flooded. Okay, do you have a second story?
A lot of fear that we were going to lose a lot of people. When we heard the police station was flooded, we immediately gave them our command center to operate out of.
Belfour was our savior. Sheldon and his team restored 25 of our businesses and more than 1,500 residences.
At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. A 2-1 final score in favor of the Diamond Hoppers here today. Bottom of the seventh, then another walk-off here in the United Shore Professional Baseball League. We welcome you to the United Shore Media Desk and our Auto Lab post-game show here tonight. Have our player of the game. He hit the game-winning hit just seconds ago here on the USPBL Network. Jake Hoover. Jake, welcome. Thanks for joining us here today.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Well, as a local product, how cool is this to be playing? You know, obviously you didn't expect to be here. I mean, let's face it, you expected to be in an affiliate ball right now at this very moment, but it's got to be cool to play right in front of your friends and family at this point too.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit easier for my mom and dad and, you know, the family to get out here. And, you know, I'm definitely, you know, happy to be here and just, you know, get some at-bats and some time to play, especially, you know, just get on the dirt and enjoy it.
So obviously not trying to do too much on that hit. You got it to the outfield, and I'm nicking off the second baseman's glove. Maybe that helped to score the run, maybe it didn't. But overall, what was the approach coming up?
Obviously the first one, wasn't expecting the slider, man. He embarrassed me a little bit, but like I said, Josh Smith's one of my teammates with the Rangers, so it was good to face him. Approach, once I got 0-2, honestly was thinking fastball there on that last one. I was thinking he was going to try to gas me up. Just got lucky and adjusted well to the off-speed in.
Fastball is a pretty good one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good pitch.
Overall, you know, what's your, I mean, you've only been here a couple weeks. I mean, it's just straight out of, you know, the Rangers organization, but not new to the area. So does that help kind of adjust to this scene as well?
Yeah, like I said, I was coming here, you know, when I was in college and enjoying the game, so it's cool to be able to be on the field. It's cool to still be around the area, you know, and enjoy Michigan while I'm here.
Known to be a pretty good defensive shortstop defense, something you've prided yourself on throughout your career, right?
Yes, sir.
Overall, you know, what has made you good at that position, you think?
The intent, I guess. I feel like the intent there, the want and the need to make every play, and then obviously the preparation. It all comes down to a lot of preparation.
Well, you jump into a playoff race here. You know, everybody kind of clogged up 2 through 4 in the standings, and this is a huge win for your club, isn't it?
Yeah, this was a big win. I think coming down to it, these last couple of games, I think all the games are pretty important. Not to say anyone before that weren't, but coming down to it, you know, this playoff grind, it'd be good to go into the playoffs, you know, on a win streak, you know, playing some good baseball.
Well, it's kind of cool to hear the Hoovers throughout the time when you're coming up. Do you hear that or not really going up to the plate?
Out in Spokane, actually, they used to do it a bunch every time I came up, so I've enjoyed that, come to like it.
Very cool. Thanks for joining us here today. We look forward to many more hits like this down the stretch for the Diamond Hoppers. 2-1 victory for Jake Hoover's team here today. One more game on the slate this week. Tomorrow, a 1:05 matinee start right here on the USPBL Network as the Unicorns and the Westside Woolly Mammoths take on each other. Be here for that. Have a great night, everybody.